Good evening, I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is the regular meeting of the Select Board for March 31st, 2026. Let's start off with some announcements or updates from the Select Board. And let me start by saying that the Fisher Hill, well, on February 26th, Marilyn Tessel, who is a member of the Fisher Hill Advisory Committee and a commercial banker with an MBA in finance and marketing, had to resign because of conflicts with her business activity. So the committee is putting out a notice to solicit applicants for this position that is open on the Fisher Hill West Users Advisory Committee. Excuse me. And it'll be advertised in the usual places, but I just want to announce the opening. So if anyone in the audience would like to apply for this committee, they should go to our webpage and fill out the application form there. The committee does require someone with a similar background to Marilyn Tessel, commercial banking or finance background. We look forward to seeing your applications. We have one application already, George Cole, who applied last week or a couple weeks ago, so we're looking for others.
Can I ask a quick question about that?
Yeah.
Bernard? Thanks for announcing that. Actually, I think it's a great idea to ask the community to participate. Was the original application, did it have any specific requirements for people?
Yes.
Or there was actually skill sets that
Yeah.
the committee was looking for? Okay, great.
Okay, any other updates, announcements? Is that your hand, or are you pointing to Mike?
No. My thumbs up.
John?
Thank you. I want to say one of the things that I think all of us enjoy the most about Brookline is there's an extraordinary number of volunteers who do various activities that involve, fundraising for good causes. And it was a pleasure to be invited to take part in one of those just this past week, the Brookline Education Foundation, which is marking its 45th year in Brookline, quite an extraordinary record. They have an event, an annual event that is a sort of a trivia contest, and they're a bunch of teams with adults who happen to be pretty darn good at trivia. I don't know if any of them have ever been on Jeopardy, but they filled the room at 22 Tappan Street. Good time was had by all, and I was very grateful to have been asked to sit in on the team of adults from the Baker School District. And turns out this was a pretty darn good team. Came in third. And I'm just going to tease people a little bit with two of the outstanding trivia questions from the evening, and I'm not going to give away the answers. And one of them was, this was the one that sort of stumped just about everybody in the room. Name the person who, in 2022, had set the record, all-time record for the number of Instagram hits, and in the same year holds the third place record for the number of Instagram hits. And in this third place recognition, this particular person happened to have been put a photograph on Instagram of the person in bed. So think about that for a minute, see if you can come up with the answer that most of us trivia experts couldn't come up with. And the other one, which I was a little personally embarrassed to not have been helpful with, is there's an instrument from the 15th century called a sackbut. And what is that instrument known as today? So I won't tell you that answer either, but think about that one for a minute. And then here's, just to mention one other organization, very, very worthy cause. Here's kind of a third trivia question. Which member of the Select Board, would you guess, has run a marathon? And if you email me, I'll share that answer with you too. The reason I bring that up is oh, somebody is smiling. I wonder why. I bring it up because it's the season of Team Brookline. which is represents several of the nonprofits that do very, very good work in Brookline, and they combine behind what we call Team Brookline to recruit runners to run the marathon and raise money for various of the Team Brookline participating charities, nonprofits. The one I'm most familiar with and the sort of organizer of the team is the Brookline Center for Community Mental Health, but there's, I think, at least 4 others, maybe 5 or 6 others that are represented, and if you just do a search for Team Brookline, you'll get all of the information you need, and hopefully you will be so inspired you will decide to choose, which of the constituent charities and which of the runners you want to help meet their goal. And they have ambitious goals. I'm talking, like $5,000 and more of fundraising per individual. So they definitely are doing a lot of good work for Brookline, and they could use support. So check out Team Brookline, because by Marathon Day, all of this will culminate in Team Brookline members running the marathon.
David.
I'd also like to mention that today is International Transgender Day of Visibility, which is an annual event that celebrates transgender people, raising awareness for discrimination that is faced by them, and also acknowledging their contribution to society.
Good, thank you. No one else? Okay, let's move on to public comment. Melanie, please introduce our public comment with the rules of engagement.
Sure. Thank you for joining us for public comment. This is an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. Each person speaking tonight is limited to 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. Once 15 minutes has been met, there is an opportunity at the conclusion of the Select Board's business for additional comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer and respond over email. The on-screen timer will flash orange when you have 30 seconds remaining and red when your time is nearly up. Please conclude your remarks at that time. If you have more to say, you are welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. Any person wishing to speak must begin their comment by identifying themselves with their full name, either their Brookline precinct number or street address, and the specific topic on which they wish to speak. The board encourages but does not require that remote users turn their video on when commenting. We have 2 people that signed up prior. Ann Lusk is first.
Everyone should have my speaking points and the additional 2-page text. My 3 minutes started yet?
Now?
Now? Okay, now, okay. I'm Ann Lusk, 18 Hart Street, Precinct 5. I'm here to speak about the pool RFP and including Lars Anderson and parking in the walled garden area, not just a token mention, but a viable location for a pool and parking. In 1874, the town created the stable at 235 Cypress that sat on 1.5 acres. This was Brookline's Department of Public Works yard. 2, in 1948, Isabella Anderson gave her 64 acres to the residents of Brookline for recreation. A plaque reads, "Bequeathed to the citizens of the town of Brookline for their enjoyment." This land was not given to the town, but given to the citizens. 3, in 1950, the Department of Works on Cypress started moving operations from their small 1.5-acre gated and walled town garage to the 3.6 gated and walled garden at Lars Anderson. No evidence has been found that the townspeople voted to have the 3.6 acres of their park taken as a permanent DPW yard. 4. Today, this DPW 3.6 acre yard has no trespassing signs, locked chain link fences, and tall concrete walls. Out-of-town vans are parked there all winter. There are 19 black fluted bollard streetlights traffic signals, 2 basketball hoops, 25 huge concrete retraining blocks, 7 trailer storage containers, 2 tall and long metal buildings, vehicles, trailers, and 4 police cruisers. These items are not related to maintaining Anderson Park. A maintenance building for Lars Anderson exists on Goddard Avenue. 5. The town of Brookline has hired Kyle Zick Landscape Architecture to develop a cultural landscape report for Lars Anderson Park. The RFP states the Department of Public Works, Parks and Open Space Division maintenance yard is also located within the park, suggesting that these 3.6 acres of historic land will not be part of the study of the historic buildings and landscapes. The RFP for Lars Anderson specifies a minimum of 5 meetings with town staff, but only 3 public information gatherings. A survey was sent to residents, but it only asked for their stories about Lars Anderson and not how residents want to use what are their own 64 acres. 6. The pool RFP should include Lars Anderson with a pool behind the Auto Museum as designed and located by the Olmsted brothers, with parking inside the walled garden. To comply with Article 97, parking would be behind the historic wall so the cars are not visible.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Next up is G. Holy.
Can we wait a minute while my talking points are coming up?
While she's getting her talking points, can I mention something
Sure.
real quick? Just, I don't want to speak to the person who just spoke about Lars Anderson, but I do think it would be helpful at an upcoming meeting in April, I would hope it would be April, to put it on our agenda to discuss the DPW yard, why it's there, why we're not including a more specific review of that space in an RFP. It'd be really helpful to understand what the constraints are. It does seem like that DPW yard is a junkyard and not in keeping with what Lars Anderson is supposed to be doing for the residents of the town, which is the gift. So I'm hoping we would add that to an agenda this month, in March, in April, sorry. Thank you.
Okay, I think we can do that.
Good evening, members of the Select Board. My name is Jiho Lee, and I live on Amory Street, Precinct 1. I'm speaking today because the ongoing rodent infestation in my building has reached a critical health threshold for me. The stress has led to physical hair loss and extreme exhaustion. I am currently unable to safely clean my unit because the standard cleaning aerosolizes rodent waste, turning dried urine and feces into airborne toxins. After a high fever and suspected hantavirus illness last year, I cannot risk the respiratory distress that comes from disturbing these biohazards without professional equipment. I was given a transfer opportunity, but I I'm deeply concerned that the structural gaps left behind during the 2013 heating renovation will follow me to the new unit. For over a decade, traditional pest control, like glue traps, and I was just given glue traps and mouse bait by maintenance and pest control, and they haven't done anything structural to prevent the residents from coming into the building. I have used the UV light to document urine trails inside my dresser and closets. Right now, they're just urinating on everything, on my clothes, hat, I'm afraid to open the dresser because of the urine smell. It's gotten to the point where I can't sleep and my hair is coming out in clumps. My request is that the select board, I don't know if it's right to say this, but put pressure on BHA to cover up and create a barrier so that the rodents cannot come into the building at all. When I complained about this back in 2013, I was just met with dismissiveness. And if they had done it then, it wouldn't have come to this point now. I want to live successfully there, and I don't want to be considered a problem tenant, but this has gotten to the point where it's untenable.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair,
Yes.
may I ask just that she repeat the address? I didn't catch
Yeah, I
it.
didn't catch it either.
23?
158.
115.
Oh, 150. Thank you very much.
She sent
15.
a letter to the board that we
Yeah.
all received detailing what she wrote plus more. Chaz, it's my understanding it's the health department going out to do an inspection.
Yeah, my understanding is the health department is involved, and we will follow up.
Okay.
The health commissioner is shaking his head yes, so.
Okay.
Okay. Any other public comments? No?
No raised hands online, and I don't know if anybody in person.
Okay, so let's move on to the next item, which is our miscellaneous calendar. First, our minutes from August 24, 2026, the meeting where we voted the override. So, any corrections to those minutes?
So I had sent some amendments to staff, which I believe circulated them to
Okay.
the rest.
Substantive or not?
No.
No? Okay, good. So, I move approval of the minutes for February, March 24, 2026, as amended. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
David Perlman,
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Next, I'd like to take in omnibus fashion items 3B through 3L, unless someone would like to pull something out for further discussion.
Excuse me.
Okay, Michael?
I just have a comment to make with regard to item 3H.
Okay. Go ahead.
So a constituent contacted me from Precinct 14 regarding this item to ask the question of whether or not the repaving on Hammond Street could be affected down the road by potential work that the Mass DOT might take on as part of the Chestnut Hill Commercial Area Project. We had a conversation about this. It turns out that item 3H is strictly related to repaving, restriping, meaning painting stripes, and the signal at the corner of Heath Street and Woodard. So we determined that this was not a concern.
Great, thank you. Any other items people would like to take out and discuss? Okay, so then I move approval of items 3 3B through 3L in our miscellaneous calendar. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
David Perlman,
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein,
Aye.
and chair votes aye.
I would just quickly note there are 2 donations contained in there, and I just want to thank the folks who made those donations. It's always a great help to the community when folks provide that assistance, particularly with things related to ODEICR's activities and operations. It makes the community a more welcoming place, and so we're very grateful for the folks who make those contributions. So thank you to both of those donors.
Yes, it's, we're required to approve donations of any amount by state law, but it's also an opportunity for us to, as Chaz just did, highlight and thank people who make donations to help our town in various ways. So, okay, next item, boards and commissions annual reports. We have a presentation from the Disability Commission, or the Commission on Disability.
Yes. Right here. Here's your finger. Let me see your finger. Ready?
No, it hasn't connected. Okay, it connected.
Okay, start presentation.
Okay. Where, right here?
Top and down.
Right here, okay. Okay. All set? Oh, it didn't show up?
It's on the screen. Does that timer change to the presentation we're trying to share?
Chess,
Reset the
the
timer.
presentation station.
I'm not sure why that screen is up there. Let me see. I'm not sure why the timer is pinned there.
I don't know why it's. I just pinned the presentation station, but it's.
I could do it in 10 minutes if I talk real fast.
All right. That should, if you start your presentation, let's see if that works.
One second, let me start.
I don't know why I've never got it.
We're starting it.
Does he need to share his screen?
Let me see if I can share the screen there. Sorry for the wait.
No problem.
Did you ever hear the noise?
I mean, I'm picking up my sound, yeah.
You did not get it.
I didn't get it.
There you go. You should be all set.
Okay. Okay, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. I want to thank the board for having us in and thank everybody for being here. I'm going to go ahead and get started. As most of you know, I like to start with just a little history. In '83, the Massachusetts legislature passed a law saying that cities and towns could have commissions on disabilities. In 1986, Brookline was one of the first to create the Commission on Disability, and in 2017, they reconfirmed that with a bylaw so that the commission could continue with its work. So for 4 decades now, the town of Brookline and the commission have been working hand in hand to make Brookline more accessible for its residents. Current commission members, aside from myself, is Sarah Lynn Allaire, Joan Mahone, Lynn Michek, Elaine Ober. Our newest member is Liz Stryer, and then also Henry Winkleman. And our new select board liaison is Mr. John Van Scoyac. We also had elections this year, so I was lucky to run for another year as chair, and Henry Winkleman is the deputy chair. Sarah Lynn Allaire took the position of treasurer. Shockingly, nobody went for the highly coveted position of secretary. So, two people that the commission could not work without, and that is Sarah Kaplan and Nancy Moore. Sarah Kaplan works, she lets the commission know of anything that's going on at the state level that we should be aware of. She also handles implementation as well as compliance, and she works on grant coordination, which we'll talk about in a minute, and day-to-day accessibility issues. Nancy Moore is our Transportation Board liaison, and she always makes sure that accessibility is in the forefront of all of the decisions that the Transportation Board makes. I mean it when I say we could not be as effective as we are without these two individuals. They're terrific. Sadly, we lost a member this year. Rob Heiss passed away in February of 2025. We always called Rob the thoughtful advocate. He wouldn't say much at the meetings. He'd wait till everybody else talked, and then he'd say his piece, and he would hit the sweet spot 99.9% of the time. He was seriously a very thoughtful advocate. I tell everybody, if you come across an accessibility feature in Brookline, most likely Rob had a hand in it. His commitment, his compassion, and his sense of humor is sorely missed by all of us. Thank you. I put this up. This is the ADA definition of what a disability is. And as you can see, it's very long, it's very broad, but it's what we think about when we make our decisions and what we're going to do throughout the year. Because we say that there's apparent disabilities and non-apparent disabilities. And apparent disabilities, if you see, for instance, myself with a white cane, you can assume that I'm visually impaired. Somebody with a mobility device, you know that they have mobility issues. Okay, but there's non-apparent disabilities as well. And those are a concern as well. So non-apparent disabilities, if you look at these individuals, you might not know who has a traumatic brain injury, who might be hard of hearing, you know, who might have cancer or cancer in remission, which is also considered a disability. So these are the folks that we think about, the residents that we think about in every decision that we make. So we try to remove barriers. We try to promote inclusive participation. We try to advise people on policy and development when they come to us on certain issues. And some of the things that we've worked on this year are all of these issues, and we're going to go through just a few of them. So we supported multiple warrant articles last year. Warrant Article 13 in the fall of 2025 was to ensure that any future planning at Fisher Hill would consider our senior residents. Warrant Article 14 and 15 kind of went hand in hand. 14 was a streamlined, reasonable accommodation process to ensure that people with disabilities could get essential modifications to their homes. 15 was an exception to the demolition bylaw. Warrant Article 16 modified the requirements of bicycle parking and mobility devices, obviously very important to people with disabilities. And we wrote letters of support on all of these issues. The MBTA, I think everybody has spent some time on this one this year, and we did too. Our first, I think we started meeting with the MBTA actually in 2024, but our first meeting in 2025 was in February, and that was on the Brandon Hall Fairbanks merge. And we met with them and we talked to them about high contrast color platforms to ensure that that would be part of the program, and they agreed to that, and then we supported it. And then also Fenway Multi-Use Path, I have to say it was Hugh Madison who has taken up, he's the champion of that program, and he came to us about that, and we wrote a letter of support on that. Actually, we sent that letter of support to you folks first, because that was an outside of Brookline issue. Hayes School, modifications, the Transportation Board was making some modifications there, and they came to us. We reviewed the area. They were going to put in 4 additional accessible spots. We found a way to improve that up to 5, and I just spoke to a member of the board who told me that they might be putting in a few more, so that was very helpful. And then we also did send them a letter to let them know if they need anything else to please don't hesitate to ask. We only had 1 variance this year, which was a little surprising, but it was an interesting one. It was at 1026 Commonwealth Avenue, and this is Bob Street. It's a restaurant, a Korean restaurant, and they have a dining area upstairs that was not accessible. And they wanted to bypass putting in a lift, and the reason was because if they put in the lift, it was going to impact their ADA accessible restroom on the first floor. So we asked them to make sure that the rest of the facility was completely accessible, which they did. They have accessible tables on the first floor. They also put in high contrast stairs to go up to that loft area, and then we supported that variance. We also sent a letter of support to the Brookline Housing Authority as they were trying to install an ADA compliant sidewalk over at the Walnut High Apartments. We had multiple subcommittees this year, which is kind of unusual, but we had a few. We had an ADA parking subcommittee, which I'll talk about in a second. We had the Disability Pride Display, and then also we have an events subcommittee. The events subcommittee was started in 2025, and we stumbled along, but we've really hit our stride on the events subcommittee, and we're hoping to be holding an event soon to promote disability awareness here in Brookline. The ADA Parking Subcommittee, we did a lot of review, we did a lot of work on this, but before I talk about that, I just want to say I got to thank Aaron Shute as well as Jed Fahrenbach at the IT department. They gave us access to their GIS system. We were able to make real-time modifications, and we were able to evaluate over 70 spots here on the main corridors, on Beacon Street, Washington Street, Harvard Street, and a lot of the side streets as well. So we got quite a bit done. During this process, interestingly, a few people called looking for accessible parking spots. Gateway Arts down on Station Street called us for support. We sent a letter of support to the Transportation Board and the DPW on that. And then a parishioner from the St. Mary's Church called about an additional spot over at St. Mary's. That was also approved, so those 2 additional spots were installed. Last year I talked a little bit about getting grants, and last year we didn't get any, but this year we got one, and we got a big one. It was a real nice one. So here we did work with the DPW as well as the ADA coordinator, and we got almost $50,000, $49,852.19 to be exact, for 11 tactile plates to be installed along Beacon Street. Those tactile plates are a great example of universal design. Everybody uses them, but I can tell you personally, being blind, if there's not a tactile plate, it's easy to wander into the parallel street and be in danger. So those tactile plates make a big difference, and we're really glad to get this grant. We also, I talked about the display. The display, we used that to promote 3 wheelchair bills at the state legislature. And again, we wrote letters of support on that, and I think that the select board saw those because those were issues outside of Brookline. And then also we funded 2 scholarships again this year at the Brookline High School for students with disabilities who want to continue on with their higher education. We participated in Brookline Day this year, and we also continued our work with the United Parish Church. Actually, a few members went to the United Parish Church this year as they were looking for ways to improve accessibility at the church. Some of the outreach from us to other committees, Lynn Michek is our liaison to the Pedestrian Advisory Committee. Henry Winkleman, who is here, is our liaison to the Age-Friendly Citizens Committee. We also have seats on the Center Street Lots Committee as well as the Bridle Path. And one more thing, our website, it was brought up at the beginning of the year. Some of the links were outdated. Some of the appearance of it was outdated. So we took that on at the beginning of 2025. We updated everything. I got to give a shout out to James Pouliot, who really helped us a lot with this. And I got to give a shout out to Sarah Lynn Allaire, who took up volunteered to maintain the website and let James, in a collaboration between the two of them, to make sure everything's up to date and moving forward. So that was also a big success for us. Gentlemen, with that, I will open it up for any questions that you may have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We gave you a little extra time because I don't think you saw the timer there.
My
And
apologies.
also, your report was very interesting.
Thank
Very
you.
interesting.
Yeah,
So,
that's great.
Paul?
Yep, thank you, James. Appreciate all the work and the work of your committee, the advocacy. I want to touch on the intersection of your committee and its work for the disabled, and what we heard tonight during public comment about rodent infestation at public housing. I'm going to go out on a limb here and assume that there are perhaps some folks in our Brookline Housing Authority units that either have an apparent or non-apparent disability that we heard this evening. And while typically rodent infestation wouldn't be in the purview of your commission, when it does intersect with a disability and would enhance or complicate or exacerbate a disability, I would think that perhaps your commission would get involved. Could you speak to that as an issue, and have you done it before, and should it become one of your connections and partnerships with the Brookline Housing Authority?
With the Brookline Housing Authority, there's been a couple of items, as I said, that we did send a letter of support for them. And I got to tell you, if somebody came to us, I was listening to that woman talk about that issue, and I just felt terrible. I was standing there shaking my head, but anything that we could do to help, we certainly would. I can give you an example of a group of people, at 1550 Beacon Street as an example, which there's disabled people and seniors with mobility issues. We reached out to them when I heard about the Brandon Hall Fairbanks merger, because I knew that was going to be important to them, So we would certainly be willing to help in any way that we can if they give us more information on that.
Okay, so you're encouraging her to reach out to your commission either in writing or as a public comment when you meet or whatever.
Absolutely. Our next meeting is the 8th, and if she would like to make public comment at our meeting, that'd be terrific.
Thank you.
John?
Thanks so much for the report, and I just want to say it is a real privilege to be the select board liaison to the commission, and this is an enormously productive commission. I'm just kind of blown away at the effectiveness of their meetings, the participation by just about every member at every meeting, the delegation to subcommittees to carry on the work and bring that back to the commission as a whole. Really a model of an effective commission. And I'll just do a shout out to Sarah Kaplan, who, as Jim mentioned, is such an essential contributor to all of this. So Brookline's lucky to have this commission, and as Bernard said, as our chair said, that stood out as one of the more interesting reports that we've received so far. No disrespect to some of the other committees and commissions, but that was a real good one.
Thank you so much.
Although we've had a lot of
We've had a lot.
reports.
Yeah.
But I'll say this here. I even when I went through that history, I was very surprised that the commission and the town have been working together for 40 years. I mean, that's a long time. And it's really great. I got to tell you, to live in Brookline, I talk to a lot of people in other towns, and they do not get the support from their town that they should. And the commission gets a lot of support. If I call anybody, they always respond. And I mean Aaron Shute, Brian Kane, when I call Sarah Kaplan, whoever it is, and there's an issue, it's fantastic to be working here. Believe me. Thank you. Anything else?
It's also helpful to know some of the things that the Commission on Disabilities do, because many times people have disabilities and don't realize that they may need help or assistance or just information that the Commission could supply or that other people could supply. I'm thinking of kids who go off on a skiing trip and
Yep.
come back disabled.
Oh,
That-
I know.
We had that situation at the Pierce School.
Yep.
Kids who thought they're perfectly able to get around that building ended up with temporary disabilities that made it impossible for them to attend school. So your report to the public is very helpful in terms of just alerting people to the breadth of disability issues that people should be aware of.
Thank you. And then I'll just say again, our events subcommittee, we met a little bit in 2025, but we've hit our stride, and hopefully we're going to have an event this year that'll promote the commission and promote people with disabilities and what we do, and hopefully more people will be reaching out to us for any assistance that we can provide.
Great.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Next, the select board is going to be trained. So I think Jonathan Simpson is on the internet, the Zoom.
Yes,
Okay.
my video has been disabled. I don't know if anyone can turn that on.
Jonathan. Hold on 1 second.
He was co-host earlier, but he should be good.
Thank you, Melanie. And then if I could have my slides up too, please.
Melanie, you have the slides, or do you?
He was not told I was sharing slides.
Jonathan, can you share your screen? Can you share your slides?
I don't have it up on this machine. I apologize.
All right, I've got it.
Weren't they in the packet?
Yeah, they're in the packet.
Okay,
I've got
but
it.
we can get it that way.
Hold on 1 second. What's going on here? Okay. Go.
Thank you, Chaz. Okay. So as you noted, I'm here to give everyone on the board, as well as staff who may be listening and board members, a quick primer on campaign finance law, and specifically how it relates to situations where there is a question on the ballot. And I will be actually spending some time in this presentation actually distinguishing how what an elected official can and can't do is different in some slight but significant ways from what a appointed or appointed official or a staff member can do. All right, next slide, please. I am, so as you all hopefully know by now, I'm Jonathan Simpson. I'm First Assistant Town Council for the town of Brookline. So as the select board voted last week to put a question on the ballot related to the override, we are now between last week and the election in May. We are in a period where we need to be extremely vigilant about the political activities we may choose to take related to the election, given the presence of that ballot question. So next slide, please. So really the three big takeaways, I will just jump straight to them, are shown here on this slide. Number one is mass emails. Generally, they are not allowed. No one should be sending mass emails, mass unsolicited emails to people related to the election. If someone asks you for something, you can give it to them, but you should not be distributing, sending out a mass email describing, certainly not advocating for a particular vote, but even just informational about the election, about the context of the override, what will happen if it doesn't pass. None of that should be sent out via mass unsolicited email.
Could we stop there for a second, Jonathan?
Sure thing.
And just hopefully we can ask questions as we go, since you're training us.
Yeah, that's fine.
Who is covered by that recommendation or that limitation? Is elected select board members covered by that, or elected school committee members?
So both. But
Hogwash.
I think the important thing is that when I say mass emails,
He's our lawyer, Paul.
Well, hold on a second. He just said that a sitting elected.
Hogwash is not the right response.
Okay, Boku, whatever you want to call it. So you're saying that.
I need to clarify.
Hold
what I
on.
was saying,
I'm
Paul,
gonna
but I
let me
think you-
clarify my question, because you just said something that I believe you are taking away the First Amendment rights of elected public officials. So you just said, and my interpretation is that Paul Warren cannot email unsolicited to an email list that I've developed over years to advocate for the operating override. Is that what you said?
It was, but I made a extremely important omission from what I just said, and I appreciate you jumping on me because I left out.
My
most
pleasure.
Is mass emails are not permitted when the email list you are using is a public resource. Essentially, if the email list you are using is the town's email list or the school's email list, you are not allowed, or a portion of it, you are not allowed to use that to send mass unsolicited emails.
Thank you for the clarification.
I did not. I should. Did not mean to imply even for a moment that an email list that you have worked to put together yourself cannot be used to advocate how you as an elected official believe someone should vote in the upcoming election. So mass emails are not allowed when they are using a town or school email list. So I will. So let me. I will.
So our email list that we put together cannot include the town meeting members list, which is a public document.
The town meeting members list is a public document. That is fine. But for example, the town compiles lists of email addresses. The most obvious one is the one that was at issue in 2023, which was the list of all the parents' emails that the schools collect when their kids enroll. But the town also has lists of emails for a variety of other subjects. And if it's getting those emails because of its town responsibilities, those email lists are a public resource and should not be used for mass emails. But again, if it's a public document, like if all of the select board's emails, for example, are publicly available on the website, you could take all 5 of you and put those on a list and send an email to you all unsolicited, because those emails are a public record.
So
But,
Okay, Paul, no hogwash though.
I will try to control
I will
my
talk to,
language. Okay, Jonathan, another just quick question. So let's take school committee members. If a school committee member receives emails through the course of their duties to their, schoolcommittee.gov email account, are they able to use those emails to email residents or constituents? Or is that email system considered a public resource?
We are that is a close question that we are currently investigating. So I do not have an answer yet, but I hope to have an answer for you, both you guys and the school committee soon.
Okay, thank you.
John?
Along those same lines, and I've wondered about this for a long time. And what about PTO groups, with whom the list of all of the emails of parents in a particular school are shared? Can they share those with independent groups, that are taking part in advocacy during a campaign?
I have spoken with the superintendent about Brookline's policy towards its PTOs. She has looked into this, and all of the PTOs, so that's all of the 8 K through 8s, BEEP, as well as the high school, they all have at no point, and for none of those is the parents' email list simply handed over to the PTO to do with as whatever they want. In all cases, there is an opt-in either an opt-in where parents, when at some point are asked by the schools if the school can share their email address with the relevant PTO, or the PTOs generate their own email lists, and similar into the way that Paul was describing with his email list, is you work together, you meet people, you get the email addresses that way. But I believe both of those two scenarios, there do not constitute, in that scenarios, both of those scenarios, if the PTOs then send out emails about the election, it is not the use of a public resource because they're using their own email list, which they have obtained in a variety of ways. So that in those cases, I believe PTOs in Brookline have taken steps to make sure that their use of email is not a public resource.
Michael?
Under the campaign finance laws.
Thank you. First of all, I'm also interested in the answer to Paul's questions with regard to email addresses that come into the town from constituents. But I have two other questions related to mass emails broadly. And the first question is, I am assuming, and could you confirm, that using our .gov email addresses as the sender for such mass emails would not be appropriate?
It would depend. Well, no, it would. I will get to there's sort of a detailed reason, but generally it would be appropriate, particularly if you are an elected official.
Okay, and the other question is that if we choose to advocate in conjunction with some outside organization, are there any constraints on the use of our titles as members of the select board in those communications?
That's a great question. And this is one of the areas where there is a distinction between elected officials and appointed officials or staff members. Elected officials are allowed to use their titles when they are advocating for a particular issue, including, for example, an override. So you could certainly say, I, Michael Rubenstein, Brookline Select Board member, believe you should vote yes or vote no on the override.
Okay.
You should, however, refrain from when you do so, speaking as though you are speaking for the board as a whole, that the select board supports thus and such. You should speak on your own behalf, but that on your own behalf includes your role as a select board member. So you as an elected official can use your title. That does not extend, however, to appointed officials or town employees who are not supposed to use what is called the weight of their office when speaking about the issues, speaking about politics. You're not that title itself is a public resource which should not be accessed by people in that role. So you should not, for example, say if you were a police officer the common one you said is the common example is you should not be wearing your uniform when you tell people to vote yes on a particular ballot question, because it gives a sort of imprimatur of the police department, which is itself a public resource.
Hey, Jonathan, can I ask you to fix this slide? And this is a document that a lot of people may be downloading and relying on
Sure thing.
in terms of the mass
I will
emails. I
upload
mean,
it.
it's the way it's written now. It really, as Paul showed, is very confusing.
I will
It's
fix
not
it and
inaccurate.
circulate
Not
this, and
confusing.
I will see if Kate is able to just repost an improved
Yeah.
version alongside.
Hey, Paul.
Yep, thank you, Jonathan. So following up on Michael's questions, you stated that if you're an appointed official, you can't use the weight of your office or your title. What are advisory committee members? Are they elected or appointed?
That is a very good question. My understanding is they are, they are all, I believe, town meeting members. So they are
No.
they are elected.
No,
They
there
should.
are at-large members that are not
There are
elected.
at-large members, and I apologize. They, as I said, the campaign finance law distinguishes between elected officials and public officials who are not elected. And as they are appointed, they should not be using their title as advisory.
So the advisory committees, it would be really interesting to get, because I think, and it's not just them, there's other commissions
Right.
that get, the Housing Advisory Board is appointed. There's a lot of folks that will want to weigh in on the operating override. And I think that would have implications, but particularly I know advisory is tricky, right? They're actually appointed to advisory, they're not elected to advisory. So they're not, so anyway, I think it's important to get some clarification on that.
Well, and I think the advisory is actually a little bit simpler because the sort of the exception to the exception is that people if you have appointed officials and staff are allowed to take positions based if it's within their area of professional responsibility. So certainly with an override question, an advisory committee member is well within their sort of area of responsibility. So they could not just speak on the issue, but they could utilize their title when doing so.
Okay, Chaz?
I was just going to say, right. I think as Jonathan moves through this, you'll see, right. This concept seems very simple in practice, and then the deeper you dig, the more exceptions you uncover, and then exceptions to exceptions. Which is why it's so important to have the basic principles of it down, and then when there are specific instances that you're concerned about, reach out for guidance, right? This is where, in general, right, we should not be using town resources, public resources, for advocacy purposes. That's the general rule of thumb. There are limited exceptions to that for certain groups of people, but by and large, that's the general rule. And so when for example, the state has said the town can set up a website that explains a ballot question. It can't be advocacy, but it can explain the consequences of voting yes, the consequences of voting no. It can provide information to voters. It can tell voters when the vote is and so forth. They liken that to like posting something on a bulletin board. What we can't do is take the content of that website and send it out unsolicited to the Alert Brookline listserv, for example, because that's utilizing a public resource to affirmatively send something out like that. So people might not think there's much of a distinction between putting up a website and affirmatively sending out that same material through a different means, but in the eyes of the state, there is a difference. And so that's why I think it's important to have a basic understanding of what is the state trying to prevent here. They're trying to prevent use of public resources to advocate for ballot questions one way or the other. And they've said that, and where that is in tension with this question of, for example, if staff is asked a question by a committee, then they have to give an answer to that, and that has an implication on whether or not a person would vote yes on a ballot question. Does that mean they can't answer that question? And the answer is no, they can answer that question. They can answer a question that's been asked of them, but they can't, on their own initiative, then go out there and say, here's my position on this.
David?
So I think I just heard you say that staff can take a position The distinction is whether they utilize public resources in doing so.
That's right.
So in theory, I'm not saying you'll do this, if you wanted to, you could spend a Saturday holding up a sign for one campaign or another, and that would be fine?
I wouldn't do that.
Of course not, but I'm just saying in
yes,
terms of
yes.
the-
No,
An employee.
I mean-
Employee. I mean, Jonathan, you can weigh in on this, right?
And actually, this is something that Paul brought up already, and I appreciate him doing so. That the First Amendment gives you a right to express on your private time your own personal political views. I think critically, though, the person, if you go on Saturday and you hold up a sign, you should not be wearing your uniform. You should not be, holding up a sign inside the select board's conference room because you have an ID card that lets you get in there, and you're doing, something like that. You should not be using any public resources, including your title or the weight of your office. But on your own time, you can't. We absolutely believe that our staff, our appointed officials, are free to engage politically. From voting, donating to campaigns, or even, like you said, handing out signs, knocking on doors. They're allowed to do that on their own time.
How
So
does
I
that-
think it's important, David, that you pointed out a Saturday. They couldn't do it during the workday.
What qualifies as on your own time? So you gave the Saturday example, but what about employees who are not a Monday through Friday 9 to 5 type employee, where it's not defined by the hour but by the responsibility?
I'm not aware of many. I think even employees whose responsibilities are more, like you said, sort of defined more, are not clocking in and clocking out necessarily.
Right.
There is still sort of conventional work hours. They are expected to be available, and either on site or working from home. I would say that would sort of be the.
Right. For example, contractually, I work a 40-hour week. In reality, I work a little more than 40 hours, but that's what I get paid for. I get paid to work 40 hours. So as long as I am not stealing time from the town, for example, if I was, going out Friday and hitting the streets and handing out flyers when I was supposed to be working, and I didn't work a full 40-hour week and I didn't take vacation, that's problematic. You can't do that. But as long as, someone in that position is not stealing time and is working the full complement of hours they're supposed to be working.
Do we have employees who are not on a set hours per week? So, for example, President of the United States, not a Brookline employee, but a president's always on. It's 24/7.
Yeah.
So how does that work for that type of position?
For example, firefighters.
Well, I mean,
They don't have-
firefighters do have set schedules. They do work, they serve tours, and their tours are very distinct. And if they take off work, if they take time off, then they are off, if they're not serving a particular tour. But, right, like my job, Melissa's job, some of the department heads, most of the department heads, frankly, all of us are on call, are expected to be doing our job when necessary. And so in that regard, you really do have to consider, right, the principles of this. Don't let your advocacy interfere with your work. And that's why, for me personally, I don't walk up to that line, right? I'm expected to be always on. And so in the context of the work that I do, yes, I can explain why the override is what it is, the pros and cons of voting for or against it, but I don't think it's appropriate for me to be out there handing out literature. But that's my personal,
Right. Okay.
Paul?
Yep. So first, this is really a very helpful exercise. Thank you, Jonathan, and it's complicated, so I appreciate the subject matter. I want to give some examples. So there's going to have to be a lot of education for this, for people to understand the override and what it means. There'll be groups, League of Women Voters, Brookline Neighborhood Alliance, that may actually use this room, which is a town resource, to hold educational forum. There may be a person speaking for and a person speaking against. I don't know how they're going to be structured. That one of those people might be from the Expense and Revenue Study Committee, which was an appointed committee. What are the implications? So I'll break it out into three questions. One, can the League of Women Voters or other group use this space, public space, to hold an event that, may be for, against, might be nonpartisan with respect to the issue? Can they do that? Two, can people that were appointed to the Expense and Revenue Study Committee be advocates to the community or at that event, or against it for that matter. I guess those would be my two questions.
So with respect to the public spaces, the rule is public spaces may be used for events like that, but equal access must be provided. So, for example, you can allow the League of Women Voters to meet on site. I guess I'll use a more conventional example. You could allow a group in favor of the ballot questions passage to meet in town hall, but you would also have to allow a group opposed to the ballot question to use town facilities in the same way. It doesn't mean you have to invite them, but you have to make sure those facilities are available upon request, just as you did for the first group. I would, in terms of, however, of actually holding a public-facing event in town hall, I was not aware that we hold sort of campaign events in town hall. That is a little trickier a question because
Well, Jonathan, this wouldn't be necessarily a campaign event. Typically, the League of Women Voters, Brookline Neighborhood Alliance, and maybe others, these are nonpartisan groups that are putting on forums to educate. They're candidate forums where there'll be a debate. There'll be warrant article reviews where there's often a pro and, for and against for a warrant article. It is meant for education of the community, but there could be people for and against it present, speaking.
I believe that would be fine, but we would need to be careful that the town, the town wasn't appearing to favor one side or the other in such an event. So
Right.
any group that did something like that would need to take we'd need to take some care that they were actually being impartial, and like you said, sort of informational.
Okay.
I think it's a close question. As I just said, I was not even aware that was a practice. If it was going to be done for the first time, this time around, I would suggest that perhaps we could help the league or whoever else find alternative spaces, if that was an option. Just because I do think the name of the game this time around is sort of being conservative when it comes to.
We've been doing
what we're
this
doing.
ever since
Yes.
I've been involved in town government.
So if,
Right.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
exactly. So I think that if there's some confidence that these events are genuinely informational, nonpartisan, if we're making the space available, I think it's probably okay.
did you have something, Mike? Okay.
And then, oh yes, your question about ERC, Expenditures and Revenue Study Committee. The override, I believe, would be very much within their area, a member of that committee's area of professional responsibility. So I think that one of them could go to such a meeting, speak on the override, take a position publicly on the override. I think that would be fine. They should be careful, though, not to allow that to extend into endorsement of other things, for example, particular candidates, because that's outside of their area of professional
Bernard,
responsibility.
has the committee disbanded at this point? Are they still
No.
in force?
Still in force.
Is the plan to keep it in force?
We're
But-
going to meet and have that discussion about what the future of that committee is. I know the members of the committee want to continue on in some form to ensure that their recommendations are followed up on, and so we're going to talk about what form that would take, and then bring it back to you as a select board to decide what to do.
I just to make things clean, and I'm not advocating for this, but I'm suggesting it as an idea, that committee could be disbanded and reformed as something else in the future to free the members of that committee to be able to go into the community and do what they want without being encumbered by the fact that they're sitting on this committee at this time.
Yeah, and I think, and I think as Jonathan said, right, because this is squarely within their area of expertise, their ambit, you asked them to opine on this question.
Yeah.
Should there be an override, and if so, for how much? So they absolutely have, the right to use that and say, I was appointed by the select board to this committee to do this work. I did this work. My opinion on this is X. And in the same way that you on the select board can have that conversation. So I wouldn't
Well,
worry.
but we are elected and not appointed, so
That's
that's the
right.
difference. So I'm just trying to make it clean.
Yeah.
That's just a suggestion.
Yeah.
So I assume that that does not mean that members of the committee are precluded from supporting candidates as opposed to the override in their personal capacity without using their position on the committee.
Of course, yes. You're absolutely allowed to support candidates. Like I said, knock on doors, hold up signs,
Okay.
donate to their campaigns, and ultimately vote for them.
This is only the first slide.
Yes.
so maybe we should-
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Okay, actually, if we could go back to the slide, because I didn't get to my other two things. So I will fix the mass emails one. Second one is fundraising. Fundraising connected to the town is prohibited. You can't utilize town employees, or public officials of any kind should not be fundraising for anything other than their own campaign. You, of course, can fundraise for yourself, but you should not be fundraising for other people or and certainly not using town resources to do so, town facilities, town staff, things like that. And then this last one is of what Chaz is, the root of everything is what Chaz already pointed out, use of public resources. Public resources can't be used to influence voters. You can't use, so that includes, of course, staff time, as well as resources that you might not suspect, like we were already discussing with, say, an email list. Okay, next slide, please. We've already talked a lot about this one. This is another slide I need to fix because I need to emphasize the public resource at the heart of this guideline, which is that mass emails should be avoided when they use a town or school's email list. But if you are, but if you are using a school or town list, it doesn't matter if the unsolicited email you're sending is informational or objective, nonpartisan. It doesn't matter. If you're using a town or school email list, it is a violation of campaign finance law to send out mass unsolicited emails. All right, next slide, please. Again, political fundraising by public employees is prohibited, as well as in town buildings. One big exception is you are allowed to fundraise for yourself, for your own campaign.
Could you
Next
say
slide.
that again? I didn't hear you.
Sorry, political fundraising by public employees is prohibited by law. The one exception is you are allowed to fundraise for yourself, for your own campaign, of course, but you are not allowed to fundraise for anyone else. All right, next one, please. Next slide, please. Again, you cannot use public resources to influence voters. It does not. This can include staff time. It can also include things like the letterhead, the town seal, rooms within town hall. For example, there have been cases where someone filmed like social media posts, but did so inside like a city council room, something like that. That's considered a public resource. You're using that to kind of influence the voters who are watching your social media post. So use of public resources to influence voters is prohibited. So basically, between now and the election, we should be extra conservative when it comes to asking town staff or using town resources to do anything related to the override outside of something that's directly within their area of professional responsibility, such as if the town administrator's office looking at the questions of the budget, the town clerk's office actually organizing the election. That's within their area of professional responsibility, but that's about as far as we should let it go. Next slide, please. Okay, so we're on to permissible actions. Permissible actions, this is where it can vary from what elected officials can do and what appointed officials and staff can do. Like I was saying, appointed officials and employees can only speak about areas within their area of, quote, professional responsibility. That does not apply to elected officials. Elected officials can speak on whatever issue you all want to. School committee members do not have to confine themselves to only speaking about, quote, school issues, unquote. They're elected. They're expected to take positions on everything, so they can speak on all of those issues. But being allowed to communicate about them does not give you the right to use public resources in doing that communication. So you are allowed to take a position on the override, but you are not allowed to use a town email list to publish that position. That's one of the big distinctions between what elected officials can do and what non-elected public officials can do. Elected officials can take a position on anything. Okay, next slide, please.
Before he goes on, can I ask a quick question, Bernard? So, Jonathan, as you're speaking, I'm digging into Office of Campaign Finance, the miracle of technology. There seems to be a distinction between a paid and non-paid public municipal official. So, for example, an appointee or even a town meeting member may consider to be, although they're elected, even an advisory member would be who's appointed as a non-paid at-large member of advisory. It seems they would have broad discretion over and would not have the same restrictions as, say, a DPW worker or a police officer or town staff or town council. Is this true?
My understanding is it is true, and because there's a category of town employees whose area of professional responsibility does not extend to taking positions on questions on elected matters at all. A DPW worker, a patrol officer, a teacher, their area of professional responsibility does not extend to taking positions on matters that are going to go before the voters. So they should not be taking any position at all. That is my understanding of what that. When you read that distinction to me, that's what my mind immediately went to.
So just this may need further investigation. I feel like we're on thin ice with a lot of this stuff. So an appointed non-paid municipal official is generally not treated as a public employee for campaign finance restrictions, and this is directly from the Office of Campaign Finance. I worry that we are providing guidance that is not comprehensive enough and perhaps is not accurate. And some people are going to interpret your guidance as a restriction and frankly an impediment to their First Amendment right. I'm very concerned about this.
Could we take that offline? I mean, I don't think we should get into a sort of debate as to the what the campain finance law is about.
It's all about all this.
No,
I
I
know,
mean, I
but
think
we can
couple-
spend all night talking.
Okay.
talking that through.
We've had a couple things that I've been tasked by Joe, by our office, to be the sort of point person for these issues, and I appreciate both of you, what both of you are saying. Paul has given me some things to look into to make sure this is more comprehensive, but I don't need to get into it that much right now.
Yeah,
So, I will certainly.
my concern is you go to the campaign finance website and then get into a back and forth.
I'm not
And
suggesting we do that now.
Okay,
Just
so,
raising an issue that
Okay.
this is now public domain information.
Yeah, right.
It's inaccurate, and we have to be careful.
Okay.
That's my suggestion.
did you have your hand up, Jess?
No.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, personal political activity is not prohibited by the campaign finance laws. As a private citizen, any public employee, elected official, appointed official, can engage in as a private citizen. They can vote. They can attend events outside of work hours. They can take positions as a private citizen. There are some things that you need to refrain from, however. You cannot as a public employee, use your position to solicit donations from others for anything other than, like you said, if you're running yourself, but you should not be using political fundraising for anything else. You should never be trying to solicit donations for any purpose from your subordinates. And then this is particularly germane to what we're doing right now. You can work on override committees. Any elected officials, appointed officials can work on override committees, but they cannot act as their public-facing agent or hold any executive roles. So you can't be the person from the yes on question 4 committee who addresses the town, who comes to talk to the select board, who does anything like that. You serve on the committee, but you can't run it. You can't be on the executive board, and you can't fundraise for it.
Okay, Mike.
So two cases that I would like your opinion on. The first case is a member of the select board writes a letter on behalf of a position for the override, and that letter is distributed through the mailing list of an organization outside the town. Is the select board member then acting as a public agent, and is that not allowed?
They are not. If the distinction is clear, if that group asks the select board for a letter expressing their political opinion, and they are allowed to then go on and publish that letter.
And would a select board member be allowed to do that also for a candidate?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are allowed to take positions. Like I said, elected officials can take whatever position they want with respect to the election. Okay, so like I said, public positions on ballot questions are allowed. Select board members can take public positions on ballot questions. They can take public positions on anything that's on the ballot. We have, as you may have seen in the memo that Chaz prepared, we have generally stated that unless you are a department head or in some circumstances a division head, you fall outside of the notion of your area of personal responsibility does not include taking public positions on the ballot question. So we would ask that anyone who's not either a department or division head refrain from doing so. And then even if you are a division head, I would still recommend consulting with town council's office before you take any public position. Next slide. Okay, so as this all goes back to the use of public resources to sort of to influence voters, one thing that the Office of Campaign and Political Finance notes is that some public resources can and should be used to help interpret the ballot questions, help people understand them, help understand their ramifications. This actually helps voters, influences them in a positive way simply by giving them more information. So it is, though the town has used and will likely continue to use some public resources in compiling and synthesizing information related to the ballot question, that use of public resources is not barred by the campaign finance laws. Those analyses that they perform that are not a campaign finance violation can even be shared. For example, they can be put on the town website. They can be made available as a handout at a public meeting. People that came to this meeting, for example, could pick up, if you had printed out a bunch of handouts about the override, people could pick them up. But the critical thing that you cannot do is we cannot use public resources to then distribute that information in an unsolicited way. A private citizen could take that information and then publish it themselves but the town itself can't be publishing that using its own public resources in an unsolicited way. One that springs to mind for Brookline is using the email lists it has access to, purely because it's the school department or it's the town. So unsolicited distribution is the thing to avoid here, but generally we are allowed to prepare these types of analysis. So next slide, please. As I mentioned before, the rule that OCPF often cites with respect to public buildings is that it is okay to let private groups use them as long as you provide equal access to both sides, so as to ensure fairness and consistency. This does not mean that you need to go seek out a group. If you know a group on one side has asked to use a town space, you don't have to find another group. You don't have to use on a sort of one-to-one basis, but you do have to make sure that there's space available if another group from the other side wanted to also use town space, that was made available to them, something similar. Right, next slide, please. So, as always, particularly for this override, we're counseling everyone to be conservative, be cautious, don't do anything on the spur of the moment. Take some time to think, review the town administrator's memo, and you can always come and ask us. I have been getting emails about questions. Like I said, we are already investigating a number of questions that have been raised. It is our responsibility, the town council's office responsibility, to try to advise you all the best we can. Keep doing so please do not hesitate to reach out if you have any question about you believe something would be permissible or a problem under the campaign finance laws. Next slide.
Okay. Thank
That's
you.
it. So yeah, and that's our contact information.
Questions from the select board? Further questions, Chad?
I wanted to thank you, Jonathan, for this, and thanks to the board for all these questions. I think what these questions demonstrate is how complex this issue is and how difficult it can be sometimes to reduce it to a series of maxims. I mean, I think, Paul, you raised some very good points about the outer bounds of where campaign finance law applies. We're not even going to get into the overlap of campaign finance law and conflict of interest law and all that nonsense. Like, it can get complex at the margins. And what we're trying to do is provide guidance. But town council's office is not the police, right? They're trying to be helpful. And so I think the most important thing, because there is so much interest in the community about this, and so I think what's really important here, first and foremost, is that if you have questions, Jonathan has very graciously said that he's taking point on this and is trying to get answers to those questions. My memo is distributed to staff. It relates to what staff can and can't do. It tries to be, as clear and plain language as possible, but it is right, it's intended for paid employees of the town and schools of Brookline. And so it doesn't apply in situations for you or for the advisory committee. I provide it to you all so that you know that town staff is being informed very clearly of what it is they can and can't do, and being told if you have any questions, that's what town council's office is here for. I think it's in a very similar situation here, which is if you have those questions, if you have those concerns, we will do the research, we will look it up, we will get you an answer. But it is, there are the simple maxims, and then there's the actual complexity of the law, which starts getting more and more granular as it goes on. So we want to be responsive to the community's desire to have clarity on this, but a lot of the time it's going to be a case-by-case issue, and that's where asking really doesn't hurt.
Michael?
I'm wondering, since this is a number of these questions have been raised in terms of what members of public bodies can or can't do, whether I don't know if Jonathan would be the right person to do this, but if we should draft some addition to the public bodies handbook to deal with this question specifically.
That's a good flag. We'll take a look at what's in there now, and we'll follow up on that. Thank you.
John?
Well, just a thought to offer on this. Should we even be trying to tell people how they should interpret the Office of Campaign Finance's rules for conduct when they can go to the website of the Office for Campaign Finance and get the question there. And, by acting as a sort of interpreter of it, we're running the risk of we misinterpret it, I think. Not sure why it has become necessary for us to intervene in this way when, anyone at any time can seek guidance from the state office.
Yeah, if this training is limited to what we can do, I think, your point is addressed.
Yeah,
But, I mean, we're not everyone's lawyer.
right.
Yep, so,
No one's lawyer. Go ahead.
so I guess and I'm glad John brought this up. Certainly Chaz, as the town administrator who pretty much everybody reports up into, has the authority to say, here's the guidance from me, as advised by town council for employees of the town. My concern is that this advice is whether it's intended or not, is expanding into areas outside of direct employees, and it potentially has a stifling effect. And frankly, when a lawyer gives you a warning, it can actually slow you down or stop you. I think John saying us interpreting campaign finance for people outside of direct employees is worrisome. And I mean, we've already found a number of mistakes in this guidance that have to be corrected. It's already in the public realm. And I'm concerned we're overreaching and having our town council try to provide guidance to the public. And much of these individuals that we appoint or serve in some capacity are the public. And I'm worried that we're going to stifle, or they're going to be fearful that, whoa, town council spoke, I'm not even going to go there. It's not even worth the risk. And frankly, if you broke campaign finance or you said the wrong thing, similar to what happened with the schools, with the Pierce override, which they did find that something happened that was inappropriate, they said, get educated, don't do it again.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure that people understand in the public that they're not going to go to jail if they made a mistake in interpretation of what town council put out into the public realm. You're not going to be put into jail or be fined many thousands of dollars. I don't think.
I guess I'm trying to understand why anyone not, public employee or official would think that this is directed to them.
Well, I don't think the boundaries have been set. We don't have clarity on what it means to be an appointed person to advisory or appointed person to a non-paid position. I think it's unclear.
So I take your point, John, and your point, Paul, about whether or not the town council should be in the position of interpreting campaign finance law for the public as a whole. As you've said, we are not providing legal services pro bono broadly. Given the three categories that I think we've narrowed down on, which are elected officials, public employees of some level, and people who have made appointments, I think that it is helpful for town council to proactively do the education step that you referred to, Paul, in order to prevent the kinds of things that happened, for example, at the schools and the use of town resources. So I just think that we have to balance these two concerns about, on the one hand, not overreaching in terms of what our legal counsel does, but also being able to provide education to the relatively limited set of individuals who would be affected by these concerns.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
Bye. Okay, moving on, next item. We have a bunch of budget reviews. I think the first one is the Health Department. I see that Health Commissioner is coming up.
Good evening. Thank you, Chair Green, members of the Select Board. While we get the slides up here. There we go. So I think what I'll preface, and I said this to the advisory subcommittee when I presented to them a few weeks ago, what you'll see in the slides and what I'm highlighting as it relates to grant funding and offsets. I think when I started this a few months ago, I was personally in a little bit of a panic mode. And then as I kind of absorbed it and thought about it, listen, we're in a great place. Having grants, having offsets to allow us to do the work that we do in public health is wonderful. It's more, I bring it up tonight more as part of this discussion to just to get us all thinking about what the future holds for public health and human services, because we have over $500,000 from one grant with Mass DPH, another $100,000 from another grant doing tobacco control, and we're using about $500,000 in offsets for staffing and other supply needs. So good position for us to be in. I think it's something that Sigal Reese brought up in years past. Okay, here we go. So really quickly, because I know I've only got a few minutes. So this is in the budget book. This is just a quick look at our FY27 budget. There's a little over $113,000 reduction on the operating budget. However, $72,000 is one staff person, one FTE being moved from the operating budget onto the opioid offset. So we're not losing a staff person there. We're just shifting where that money is being paid from. There is a proposed reduction of $50,000 for the Brookline Bounties food coupon program, which I'm happy to talk about later. This is a quick look at our current staffing. We have 26.48 FTEs in total, and you'll see as you look from 25 to 26 and 27, there have been more staff added to the non-operating budget. So that's grants and the opioid offsets that I spoke about earlier. But I think this is probably the more interesting piece that you all want to talk about and want to hear from me, which is what are our accomplishments, what are our goals for next year and for future years. So I tried to frame everything around the CHIP. We've had a lot of conversations. I've had a lot of conversations with all of you about our community health improvement plan. So really focused on the year one action plan this past year. We launched our Be Well Coalition, which is our substance use prevention coalition. We have had 3 meetings every other month for the past 6 months with that coalition. There have been about 40 or 50 members of the community and staff that have been part of those conversations. And we're really getting to the point where we are going to start doing some implementation work with that coalition. Really excited about that work. We obviously this year expanded human services. We hired a resource navigator. We launched CARES Brookline, which is the human services resource database and referral system. We have our Brookline Bounty program that has, for the past several years, through ARPA and other grants, served approximately 800 families each year with food coupons for the farmers market. And in addition, when we've had the funding and through some fundraising from the Friends of Brookline Public Health, we've provided turkeys and chickens and other food during Thanksgiving and winter holidays to families in need. And then it wasn't in the CHIP, but I think it's important to mention, among many other things that our staff do, we do provide flu clinics each year to residents. And this past year, it was about 700 residents that received flu vaccine from our staff. So really quickly, Emily Williams said pictures are good, so I'm including a couple of pictures here. I promise you all I will not quit my day job and get into graphic design. I think Christina, if she's watching at home, is probably sobbing. But I just wanted to share a little bit about the wonderful staff we have, right? This work does not happen without the staff we have in public health and human services. This is more of our staff, Brookline Day, vaccine clinics, the diaper drive that Community Health did, the Brookline Bounty program, and on. So what are our goals for FY27 and beyond? Obviously, for this year, it'll be the year 2 action plan with CHIP. I'll admit we're a little bit behind schedule. I'm going to blame the transition in leadership there on that. But we are preparing to launch the priority area working groups. So there are 4 priority areas. We will have residents and staff in each of those priority areas in working groups, helping to develop that year 2 action plan and making sure that we're staying on track. I expect we'll see more or an expansion of the work of the Human Services Resource Navigator. You'll remember we have the Office of Housing Stability. This position is supposed to be doing that work. This past year in town meeting, there was the Renter's Handbook that was passed. This position will be taking on the responsibility of starting to develop that material. And I want to continue to improve the operations in our environmental health team. We have a wonderful staff doing inspections. They're responsible for both housing and food. There's a tremendous workload there, but I think there's opportunities for improving operations so that we can respond better to the residents of Brookline. In the midterm, looking more at implementing a robust public health regulatory framework. I think one of my past predecessors was more comfortable with passing public health regulations. It's not something I want to do frequently, but I think what we've seen from town meeting over the past 5-10 years is a demand for public health to do more, and I think we can do that through the authority of the Commissioner of Public Health. So looking to do some more of that around banning new substances. There's substances like kratom, synthetic cannabinoids keep coming up. They come up with new configurations of cannabinoids. We can regulate those through the Public Health Department and stop allowing those to be sold in our community. Keeping of animals. I think town meeting a couple of years ago, I had a warrant article on keeping of bees. So that's the type of work I'd like to do through the regulatory and regulatory work that I'd like to do. And I want to continue to review our operations and make improvements in key areas. I think there's a lot of great work happening. I think we can always do better, and I want to work. We just hired a assistant director for operations, and that's Tanya Hong. Her responsibility is really to go division by division and department by department that we work with and talk about how do we improve communications, how do we develop SOPs. As staff leave, a lot of information leaves with them, and we want to prevent that from happening in the future. And then long-term, just wanted to flag, as I mentioned earlier, that through a combination of town funds where they're available, but also we'll continue to be applying for grants, wanting to continue to sustain our current FTEs where possible. So we have staff in community health, human services, substance use prevention, and our regional collaboratives that are all on offsets and grant money. And then lastly, if budget limitations did not exist, right, our emergency preparedness coordinator is currently on soft money. She's doing tremendous work for this town. She helps run the flu clinics with our Medical Reserve Corps. She does some work during the marathon. She's just always out there in the community educating seniors on what they can do to prepare for emergencies. So would love to keep that position and move that to the operating budget when and if possible. And I know these are difficult times. But this is just flagging it for the future. Improving our grant writing coordination. We're doing a lot of great work on grant writing to continue to bring in grants from outside. I think we could do a better job as a town on coordination and support there. Want to continue to expand social supports where we can. I think our Council on Aging is working on transportation. That was in the Community Health Improvement Plan. Continue to expand where we can food and essential support services, and developing new programs for families and teens. And as I've said a couple times now, just always being mindful and preparing for that future transition of staff from expiring grants and offsets to new grants and operating budget where it makes sense. And then I had to mention next week's National Public Health Week. We got a lot of great events. And with that, I will take any questions you have.
Great, thank you. Any questions? John?
Thanks very much. And, if people haven't sort of figured this out from your presentation, we have a really robust public health department, and it's really great to know, and tremendous depth of professionals in the department. I am going to raise this issue of, I'm going to guess based on your presentation that the health department might in fact be, when you rank all the departments by the amount of their budget that is soft money, so-called, grants, et cetera, maybe the health department will come out number one. Would you guess maybe that's true?
I would say we're up there. I haven't looked at a lot of the other budgets, but it's over $1 million in soft money.
Yeah. And which leads to my question, because for very good reasons, you have described, one of the goals as being to be able to continue by sometimes incorporating into the operating budget positions that have been on soft money. But, we're going through this exercise right now where we're facing a sizable override that the voters will vote on very soon. And the general message that comes through the work of the Expenses and Revenues Committee, and when you look at all of the causes of our needing this override funding, the message comes through that we don't really have much room for additions of personnel to our budgets. Just having the same number of people on our budgets from one year to the next is something we're having a hard time sustaining without going to overrides. So is it realistic to be talking about, and I know these are really important public health functions, but is it realistic to be talking about maybe growth of the department through additions to the operating budget from transitions, from soft money to operating budget money? Do we really have room to do that?
I think that's a difficult conversation that needs to be continued to be had, right?
Yeah.
I don't expect that this is the year that that's going to happen. There's right now only $194,000 in grant funding that we're losing in FY27, and there's only one staff person that was on that grant, and we have additional funding to keep that person for now. This is more of a longer term having that conversation. I mean, if you look back at FY23, 20 staff were on operating, and now it's down to 12, right? So we've lost 8 FTEs off the operating budget. So I get that this is challenging. I felt like it was my responsibility to flag this for everyone, that it's great. I wish one of the biggest projects we have from grant funding is the regional collaborative, and that's with Arlington, Belmont, and Newton and Brookline. And so we have 5 staff on there, plus a part-time that we actually pay out through our consultant line because they work for Belmont. So we have a public health nurse, an epidemiologist, 2 inspectors, a regional manager, and I'm probably forgetting someone. So they're providing a wealth of service to all 4 communities right now. It would have been ideal for Mass DPH when they offered that grant to say to all 4 communities, you need to be prepared in 5 years that this funding may or may not be here, and you've got to decide whether you want to continue.
Yeah.
So what I can say is for FY27, that grant is fully funded. For FY28, that will be the first year that the federal government is not contributing half of those dollars. So it remains to be seen what that regional collaborative, and the regional collaboratives across the state, I think close to 3/4 of cities and towns are in regional collaboratives, what that's going to look like.
And if I may, just one
Yeah.
quick follow-up, because you mentioned that 20 FTEs a few years back, 12 today. Is that mainly like there was the COVID period when a lot of money flowed in and positions were added? Is that related to that, or?
No, in fact, I think the town was pretty smart when the ARPA dollars came in. I think only 1 position was added. The rest were, the transition has been using opioid settlement funds. We were using HCA funds. I don't think that maybe is perfectly documented here, but we were using HCA funds for certain substance use prevention positions. We've now transitioned them over to opioid settlement funds. They had previously been on a federal grant. So this is public health, and I get it, right? We're always trying to be competitive and get grants. And you're all very well aware of this, the support from the federal government right now is not what it was a few years ago,
Right.
especially as it relates to public health.
Right.
So that's one of the challenges, is it's going to get harder for us to find grants to continue to support these positions. So, I think collectively we'll have to face that. I just figured it was time to start having that conversation with you
Okay.
all in town meeting.
Thanks.
Michael?
Thank you very much for your presentation. Just 3 quick questions, actually just 2, because John already asked one. How much, you talked about your grant writing work and how you were looking to enhance it in, I think, your midterm.
Yes.
And I'm wondering how much of that grant writing work requires specific knowledge within the public health field as opposed to grant writing work that could be handled more generally?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think we've got some staff members. I think it varies year to year as staff transition in and out. Some of them are very skilled at it and come in prepared, and others not as much and need more support. I'd probably say it's 75% specific public health knowledge and 25% is kind of just understanding where to look for grants, how to apply for them, the type of language you need to use. We are going to be doing a training for a number of staff in the regional collaborative, including Brookline staff, on grant writing as a way to try to support that internally. And we do sometimes use contracted services. For some of the bigger grants, there are some successful consultants out there who do these for a living, and so sometimes we do hire them to support some of that work. But I'd say it's about 75-25.
Okay. And my second question isn't specific to grant writing, but your operations more generally. though it might apply to grant writing, is how have you thought about the use of artificial intelligence to improve the efficiency of your operations?
I've thought a lot about it. I think it's early days, but I think it's something we need to be considering. And I will just say that I'm a pilot tester of some of the AI software that the town is trying out right now. So it's too early to say, but I think there's definitely a lot of opportunity for AI. I think a lot of the questions that come in from residents are things that probably exist on the website, but the search engine doesn't do a sufficient job of pulling up the exact response. And so I think, and I'm not suggesting that AI would be answering our phones, and I don't think residents would be happy to talk to a computer. I think they'd rather talk to our staff. But it may be that our staff can find the answers quicker with support of AI. We've got a lot of documentation. I think about our community health improvement plan is a long document, and AI can comb through that really quickly and find answers.
And just quickly, I'm curious, at one point, and this predates your tenure, there was a CHIP steering committee, and I'm just wondering if that's still engaged in the planning and work of the CHIP.
Yeah, that it still exists. The same members are still part of it. We have not met since June of last year. That will be part of this spring's work as we get ready for year 2 action planning, is to bring the steering committee back. And then we still need to appoint working group members. So the steering committee is kind of leadership team. They meet quarterly. The working group is supposed to be meeting on a monthly basis. So what I can say is staff are meeting on Friday to begin that planning work. The year 1 was handled by an outside consultant, so we're taking this on. And so this is a little new for us, but I feel like staff are prepared.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah.
David.
I do have a follow-up question on the AI. So you mentioned you wouldn't want AI to be replacing people answering the phone, but that you would look to utilize it in order to locate certain items on the website. Do you envision any other uses for AI within your department?
I want to be careful not to speculate too much, but I think I was at a training the DPW commissioner had shared with us a little over a year ago, and it was somebody who's on a commission, and one of the things they talked about is its ability to look at images really quickly and identify items in there. So this is pie in the sky. Don't quote me or force us to do this, but like sidewalks when there's snowstorms. You could put cameras on all the vehicles that are driving around town. They could identify sidewalks that haven't been shoveled, and you wouldn't need staff to go out. And then those staff could focus on inspections where they're supposed to be instead of sidewalk enforcement. So I think that's the type of potential, but there's going to be an investment. And I think there's also some concerns probably from residents about cameras picking up their images while those vehicles are driving around town. So I think that's an opportunity. I think, getting to knowledge quicker. I spend a lot of time reading that CHIP, and I'm very familiar with it, but I still, when I look at like select board goals and objectives on a yearly basis, and I'm trying to line it up with the CHIP, it takes a while. And so I think AI can look at both documents and say, here's where you need to look, and here's where they align, and here's where they don't. So I do think there's a lot of opportunity. I think it's early days, and we need to be really thoughtful about the implementation.
So the broader idea would be to make employee time more efficient.
Yes. Yeah. And then I think, I think about, and I want to be mindful of open meeting law. And if I'm going down the wrong road, you guys can correct me. We had somebody at open mic talking about rodents tonight. If our inspectors, if we can take a task off of our inspector's desk or make it maybe faster for them to get through an inspection, then we can respond to complaints faster. I mean, they are swamped between food inspections, housing inspections. We have to respond to housing inspections by statute in a certain amount of time. So then we're putting off food inspections. We always have to respond to housing inspections. I think I'm not going to give a date, but it's very quickly you have to get back on the housing inspections. And certain ones are emergencies that need to be responded to within 12 to 24 hours. And so where you can take certain tasks off their desk and make it more efficient, then they can focus more on some of their primary responsibilities.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think you're going to stay up there for the next item.
I am. I will say, I'll admit, I only have one slide.
Okay.
And Bill sends his best. He's still working part-time. We are in the midst of hiring for his replacement. The job has been posted. But in the meantime, he is still working for the town 1 day a week to make sure that we're providing services to veterans in need.
Great.
So he tried to log in. He said he had some issues. His budget hasn't changed much from last year.
So is the message here, it's Christmas every day in the Veterans Department? Is that?
I think it's more that Veteran Services is a deeply beloved part of the Public Health and Human Services team.
Absolutely.
Any other questions on the Veterans Affairs Department? Okay, thank you.
Thank you all.
Next, Council on Aging.
Emily is
Emily
online.
Okay.
Thank you, John.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. How are you?
Great.
We're good. How about you?
I'm fantastic. I'm sorry I'm not there in person. I have a little one who was very nervous about the MCAS today, so he did really well, though. I'm very proud of him.
Good.
Let me just share my screen. I have a presentation. Melanie, I'll be sharing my screen, I believe, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
We can see it.
Looks good.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Emily Williams. I am just 1 year in to my tenure at the Brookline Council on Aging and Senior Center. And every presentation I give, I have to start out with the mission because it's as the first Council on Aging. Sorry, Jim, we're the first Council on Aging. 1955, we were founded. It's a very important way to be able to share the history to the public. We're twofold. We have a senior center, which is one of the beautiful town buildings, and it's a gathering place specifically dedicated to enriching the experience for Brookline older adults, age 60 plus, as well as their caregivers, I will say. We're seeing definitely an uptick in the adult children giving us a call worried about mom or dad and their well-being and emotional overall health. Our mission at the Brookline Senior Center is to provide social services that allow people to remain independent. Our goal is helping people maintain this independence so that they continue to be active members of their community. And we believe that enhancing growth and a sense of belonging is while encouraging individual contribution and the sharing of life experiences is vital to remaining as a part of the community. The Senior Center welcomes all. We're a very culturally diverse group, not only with our participants, volunteers, but also the staff. Everyone who enters our doors, regardless of age, income, disability, ethnicity, or religious background, is very welcome. And lastly, we recognize the efforts of all of our program collaborators, and we are extremely grateful for their support. Our FY27 budget summary, which was not a dramatic change. This is not a change in finances for us on the town budget. It is for the federal budget, but we do have our salaries, you can see year over year. Most recently, just a small, less than 1% increase in our salaries. Services, supplies remain stable, and our utilities did increase by 5%, which reflects overall a 1% increase in our total budget. And that 1% increase is from our new HVAC replacement. We're all electric. Very soon we'll be 100% complete with the process. They replaced the entire system, and the provider that's been doing the work has been very respectful of the participants, I will say, and not disrupting any service to our operations. This year, our three priorities, you can see on the left, we have a brand new town logo. We also have, which we're in the process of redesignating the town of Brookline to be an age-friendly community. But overall, our priorities this year will be health and safety, equity and aging in the community. And then it's really, I should have separated the third priority into two to list it as sustainable infrastructure and innovation. We've done quite a few different things this year to reflect innovation. That includes creating a new database for folks to check in. It's called My Senior Center. Now you'll see when you walk in the front doors, a little kiosk where you can enter in your information if you like. It's opt-in, you don't have to. And you can pick and choose where you're going, what program you'll be in attendance to, and then we'll be able to really put concrete data to the usage of the Senior Center building, as well as our programs and services. This year, it's kind of funny because we've seen an expansion in our programs and utilization of our services with a pretty stable budget. So it's reflective in our infrastructure. You can see here we have 31 staff, which serve just over 3,000 unduplicated older adult residents. There's over 13,000, as we know, 20% who live in town, age 60 plus. One thing that I'm very proud of, more proud than you can even imagine, there's 42,000 hours, which is equivalent to 20 full-time employees. That is 370 volunteers, which equates to $1.3 million, which is our town general fund budget. And my first year, what I've done is I've tried to determine really what the true core service need is and try to reflect that into the true core service budget. And we cannot do what we do at all without our volunteers. Next month, we're celebrating Volunteer Appreciation Month. John, thank you for coming to say a few words, but everyone is very welcome to be able to see who these people are, all ages, that are, meeting the needs of people who walk in and are looking for services and supports, or who just want a very affordable cup of coffee, but also to really have that social connection because we're the hub of all things older adult in town. Our senior center is 20,000 square feet. It's really not appropriate to meet the needs right now of a growing population. Every day we're busting at the seams. On average, we have about 15 programs to be able to address food, nutrition, socialization, mental, physical, and in-person wellness. But also what we're doing is we're trying to explore more hybrid programming. But one thing we're noticing is the older adults really prefer to be in person. Other ways we've expanded, we've sustained growth with a huge thanks, huge shout out to our Brookline Senior Center Foundation. They fund just 10% of our overall budget. The town funds 70%, 20% are through external sources, special revenue funds, state earmarks, grants that we apply to internally, as well as, of course, we all know about the ARPA cliff. So those numbers will be changing in the next fiscal year. But the Brookline Senior Center Foundation funds every single program that we offer at the senior center, as well as staff positions. For example, one of our van drivers is funded through them, as well as our fitness center coordinator. And we're hiring for that position right now. Quick side note, we've had 20% of our staff either retire or resign due to different reasons. One individual left the country, unfortunately, because of the current federal situations that we're faced with. So I've never actually seen such a dramatic change in leadership in an organization, but knock on wood, we've filled almost all of those positions, as well as hired internally. We promoted someone to be our new supervisor of clinical social work services. To continue on programs and communications, we're very proud. I think Brookline in general is very proud to be an aging community. We've seen some fantastic folks really step up to the plate to advocate for the future existing as well as the future needs of aging in Brookline. And that's not just being a community advocate, it's attending our programs to be able to take care of themselves as well as their communities in our solo and wise aging classes, our fitness classes, and of course, lifelong learning. One thing that I'm really proud of, John, thank you for throwing in all those pictures. We have a new electric vehicle that we'll be piloting with the the teen center, to be able to provide intergenerational and interdepartmental transportation, again, to meet the needs of the growing community. And then we're always expanding townwide initiatives, interdepartmentally, as well as with local nonprofits in town. Our top 3 accomplishments, we've strengthened health and safety net programming. Again, we've met an increased demand in our health caregiver and social service supports, and we're trying to advance and really trying to modernize the future needs. Population growth brings technology, and we're slowly but surely embracing that, just to try to embrace this baby boomer population who uses their smartphones for many different purposes. And all of this is to help folks remain safe and independent. The second accomplishment we've done is to expand the equity and community connections in town, where we've done really inclusive programming. In November, I think everyone remembers the snap cuts, and where everybody had to remobilize and pivot on how to respond effectively and creatively to meet the needs. And now we have a monthly group with other town departments and other nonprofits in town to be able to meet that need for essential services like food. We've also done, as I mentioned, a lot of hybrid engagement opportunities to reduce the social isolation that we see on a daily basis. And lastly, our top 3 accomplishments: advancing transportation and in age-friendly progress. So we've sustained key access to limited transportation services. We've had to put together some new restraints to our current transportation model for to meet the medical needs of older adults, where we have limited ride trips on a monthly basis. And now our model is an income restricted model. And the goal of that is to be able to sustain the existing funding that we have to fund that program. We've also done great work on initiating the age-friendly redesignation with AARP, which is a process that's done every 3 years. And as the Age-Friendly Cities Committee, as a subcommittee of the Select Board, we look forward to what that looks like.
Jill, your
And
time is up.
It's Emily.
I'm sorry, Emily. I'm looking at my list. Emily, your time's up. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
But why don't you just wrap up quickly?
Well, I just want to highlight this. It's growth. I know this is in everyone's handouts. Every single department, division within the COA has increased growth, and now we have data to put numbers behind that. I already mentioned the innovation and the modernization of the senior center. And I invite everyone to our 25th anniversary, April 30th. It's going to be a really good time.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Questions from the Select Board? John?
Emily, great to see you. I am privileged, I will say, to serve as the Select Board's representative to the Council on Aging, which meets monthly at the Senior Center. And for those who may not be aware of the recent history, some of which Emily recited, the prior director was legendary in her contributions to the community of senior citizens in Brookline, Ruth Ann Dobeck. When she retired, people kind of agonized. How are we ever going to find a suitable successor to Ruth Ann? And we are blessed that we found Emily and Emily found us. And I don't say that just to flatter someone. I think anyone who listened to this 10-minute presentation has to have been very impressed with the breadth of knowledge, the energy, the commitment, the innovative spirit that she has brought to the department. And it's a real blessing to the town, not just to the aging population in the town, that we have a really strong basis of services for our very, very significant aging population. I include myself in that, of course. And it takes a person who is extremely caring about people at all stages in life to sort of figure out all of the special needs, the unique needs of people, in their later years in life. And Emily, thank you very much for what you brought to Brookline, and I'm looking forward to seeing it continue.
Thanks, Don.
Michael.
I appreciate that.
Yes, thank you, Emily, for a very thorough and helpful report. I'm wondering if you could just speak for one moment to any of the intergenerational work that the Senior Center is championing. I'm familiar with the Teen Center / Senior Center shuttle, but I'm just wondering if if you have any thoughts about expansion of intergenerational connections.
Well, having just been for the first time to the Brookline Arts Center last week, what a gem that is. We recently received a state earmark from Tommy Patolo to do some intergenerational arts creative arts therapy reduces isolation and loneliness and really addresses the mental health needs that we have in our community. Sometimes they're not talked about enough, in my opinion, but that's one example of a way to bridge two communities, the old and the young, and to be able to almost have that Venn diagram to see where their needs and their hobbies and their relativities to one another can be matched. And then again, putting data to that for sustainability and future programming. It's just magical when you get an older adult and a younger person together. We have the grocery shopping program, the SHOP program, which started in the late 80s with the high school. And on our website, we have, and I just watched it today, is a really heartwarming video of some high school students grocery shopping for a woman who couldn't grocery shop any longer, and how it's not so much about the food, but it's about the friendship that develops. Those are just two examples of ways to get to bridge the community really across the lifespan. And there could be more.
Thank you.
David.
Regarding expansion, I'm wondering if there is any thought toward having wheelchair accessible vehicles to take seniors to and from appointments. I know there's some interest in that.
Absolutely, absolutely. Our current contracted service with a local taxi company does not have wheelchair accessible vehicles as part of their fleet, but we hope to use for medical transportation enhanced outreach and education to the ride. It's not the ride that we're used to, even just 10 years ago, but what they've been able to expand their services to provide microtransit. It's called the Flex program, and it's really a great way for seniors who use their smartphones or to call us to be able to access a subsidized, town subsidized service for folks in wheelchairs. And if they have their personal care attendant or loved one to go with them, it's always a nice opportunity to get people to and from their doctor's appointment. But all of our vans, which are aging, I will point out, are wheelchair accessible, including our new electric vehicle.
So one thing that I find fascinating is the number of social workers you have on staff, 5, plus part-time social worker funded with grants. Could you just give people a sense of, what your social work group does for elderly people, not just the social workers, but also the other individuals who provide supportive help to people like home care workers and others?
Absolutely. We currently employ 5 clinical social workers, and we just filled our last position with our intern from Boston College. She's amazing. She'll be joining us full time as soon as she graduates. It's been a trend, actually, I will say. Folks in the social work profession start with us as interns, enjoy it so much because of the plethora of exposure to services and a variety of older adults' needs that they can address. One thing I am very conscious of is to make sure that folks don't burn out as the crisis interventions increase. We're relaunching the interagency meetings with our public health department, as well as police, fire, and the Brookline Brookline Community for Mental Health. We need to address social isolation in general, but what we're seeing is the depression increase, as well as pretty severe mental health concerns, hoarding, infestations in public housing as well as in private housing. And what we're doing with our clinical team is to address those needs really at the social work intervention level, which we don't go into someone's home in a uniform. We don't go looking to section someone. We go to support the individual based on their needs and really meet them where they're at. And that's one fantastic trait of a social work employee. We also have a great volunteer team. We have the tax work-off program in Brookline, which we employ over 30 residents age 60 plus who are homeowners. And what that does is it's able to match them into a town department to be able to supplement additional employee needs. And that's been incredibly successful, not just at the Council on Aging, but the library, town hall, the assessor's office, and it really helps the older adult be able to work off their taxes. We also are addressing caregiver stress with our staff, so we have a plethora of resources in our toolkit to be able to, have at the ready, not just online, but when we have our walk-ins at the senior center, to be able to address those needs immediately, to have the answer for somebody is vital to their well-being, because our goal is to empower everyone to be able to go back to their homes, to go back to their family, to say, this is what I recommend, kind of thing. And then our caseloads of each social worker, as well as existing staff, can range between 20 to 40 clients per person, which is really increasing and high. I was looking at the history of the senior center, and we were able to grow this division within the Council on Aging from a half-time position up to 5 positions, but it took over 40 years to be able to get there, and it's still with a 20% population in town. We also have wonderful transportation coordinators. We have 2 part-time assistants, as well as a full-time transportation coordinator, and almost all of those positions are funded by special revenues, as well as the Brookline Senior Center Foundation. So one of my goals in the long term is to be able to bring the coordinator to the town budget 100% because of that transportation need. And then there's Jamie, who does incredible programming. Her and her team offer programming not just at the senior center, as I mentioned, 15 programs daily. We also have a daily lunch program. We also have bi-weekly trips. And what we've done in the most recent is to go down to the Putterham Library to meet the needs of the South Brookline residents, who we hear on a daily that they're just not coming up to Coolidge Corner because they can't find parking for more than 2 hours. Or our van, they just choose not to use our van, or they're not accessible via bike or Uber and Lyft. So what I'll be doing this fiscal year is to looking at the data that we are taking in to be able to address the true need based on that data for expanding services. We can't go backwards, we have to go forwards.
Okay, thank you, Emily.
Yeah.
Very, very good.
Thanks, Emily.
Okay, next we have the library and our new director, Jill Mercurio, right?
Hi, good evening. Melanie, can you help me just plug this in and get this going? Thank you. You're welcome. This one? Yep. I'm gonna share the screen. And then you are gonna start. I'm over here in this corner. Okay. I'm gonna share the screen and then you're gonna start your slideshow, okay? All right, good evening. It's so nice to be here in person to meet all of you. I started about 2 months ago, and I have to say I've learned so much about how Brookline relies on their library. I'm excited to walk you through our budget presentation and also just share the impact that we have on community life. So let me just start my slideshow. And these were in your packet as well. So here we go. I like to say the best way to support a public library is to use it. So that is something that Brookline residents do enthusiastically. Last year, we welcomed about 500,000 visitors to the public library. That's up 4% just about from the prior year. And our circulation, combining our physical and digital borrowing, we're seeing that come in around 1.1 million items borrowed annually. And our digital borrowing just continues to grow. We hosted 1,200 programs roughly last year, attended by 30,000 residents. And the most important thing to keep in mind is the library is open 7 days a week, and year-round, and we have about 175 hours, public service hours available throughout all of our locations. This level of activity would not be possible without our dedicated team. So the team of about 55.66 FTEs to be precise, they've expanded partnerships, they champion access to information, and they've promoted community connection and inclusion throughout all of their activities this year. So the first action item that we worked on this year was an art walk through Coolidge Corner. So we took the library outside of its library walls and brought art and community together at the Brookline Art Festival. The staff organized a self-guided art walk through Coolidge, creating a passport that guided residents through galleries and studios along the route. It was such a success that this morning the staff met to figure out how they could participate this year again in the Brookline Art Festival. We also surveyed residents and heard from about 200 folks who were interested in coming to after-hour programming. We hosted 4 different events trying to appeal to all ages. So we had some movie screenings, some trivia, there was a Taylor Swift music party, and I think our most successful one is the pictures on the screen. We had 50 residents come out to decorate boxes. The kiddos made them look like drive-in cars, and they parked it in Henneman Hall and watched family movies together. We also promoted our digital resources. So the digital resources are a huge component of our collection budget, and our digital circulation went up 30%, it went up 8% this year through some of the tactics that we did in this action item. We know that people really want to take advantage of our services for ebooks and e-audiobooks through Canopy and through Libby, but I think that there's a lot of other digital resources that will be exciting to residents, and they just need to know about them. So this action item took our staff and made tutorials, did training at the Housing Authority and the Senior Center to try to help people understand how to get better use out of these tools. So we have services like Naxos that gives you free access to music. There's learning platforms like Mango Languages that you can learn a new language. Creative Bug has tutorials on different craft projects, but I think one of the most special ones that we have is Press Reader, which is a tool that kind of helps you get behind the paywall so you can read free articles from the New York Times, Boston Globe, USA Today, and popular magazines and newspapers from around the globe. And we saw that Brookline borrowed 43% more articles in the last year by using this service. The last part on this slide is our Library of Things collection, and that is a really special, unique collection that draws upon the idea that to access knowledge, it's not going to fit in one book or one database. You need to sometimes put your hands on an object so you can teach yourself a new skill or learn to fix something in your home or maybe to bond with a friend or family member. So this collection, we did some work to analyze the usage, try to figure out how to best take care of the collection. And I'm happy to say in 2025, the Library of Things collection circulated 20,000 times. So these popular items include the Chromebooks, games, gadgets like induction cooktops, and we have a pretty impressive library of tools at the Coolidge Corner location. The library is wrapping up its 5-year strategic plan, which is guided by 4 pillars that reflect our commitment to education, equity, partnerships, and access. So we support lifelong learning. We partner with organizations to help expand the reach of the library. And we believe the library is for everyone. So it's our responsibility to build a collection, have programs and services that reflect the diversity of our community, their interests and information needs. And we also want to help residents continue to use the library, whether they're on the go or from the comfort of their own home. So what's on the horizon for the library in the next year? Well, we do need to rebuild the team. I have a learning curve to get to know Brookline and to find out what we're doing well and ways we can expand our services. But we also have had a lot of turnover in our team. I'm happy to say that we're now at a more stable part in our staffing. In the last year, we hired 8 full-time positions and 17 part-time positions. But 3/4 of that full-time positions were internal promotions. So retention is strong, and we're working together to learn how to work as a healthy team together. There's a new strategic plan on a horizon. I hope that you'll all participate in it later this fall so we can find out how we can shape the best library going forward. And then sharing everything that we do so all residents know what they can access. I'm looking forward to having a monthly newsletter and finding other tools to help the community know what they can access and take advantage of for free through the public library. And then, let's see, we've got a couple facts about library budgets just before we go into our numbers. The library budget's a little unique. We are guided by certain statutory regulations in Massachusetts where we have to meet different funding requirements and provide a set number of services so we are eligible for certification that allows Brookline residents to borrow materials throughout the Minuteman network, but also the Commonwealth, and to make sure that we're eligible for state aid. That further expands our ability to improve library services outside of the municipal budget. So we need to follow a funding threshold formula that's the municipal appropriation requirement. We need to make sure our collections are funded at a certain level of our budget. And then we have to have a set number of services. We have to be open to the public for a variety of hours and have a variety of program opportunities. So that's important for us to maintain certification for the community. So as we dive into our library budget, our budget proposal this year is for $4,778,400. We're seeing utility costs rise, just like all of my other departments that you've heard from. Our capital expenses are going up, our leased equipment, and supplies are going up. So our budget, while it increases by 1% this year, it is offset by a decrease to our part-time staffing line. And that's something that we're going to be looking at our vacancies really carefully because we want to maintain our staff. We want to be able to maintain our core services. In a perfect world, we'd be able to have more staff because they're directly tied to all the programs and services that we're able to offer the community. But we do know that this is a difficult financial time. So we'll be strategic about looking at that, and we want to make sure that the Brookline community still has the library that they expect and deserve. So through our talented staff and through our community partnerships, the public library brings the community together. They champion access to information, and this budget will allow us to continue to provide the wonderful library services that the community has been relying on. So thank you for your attention and supporting the library. I welcome any questions you have about our services or our budget proposal.
Great, thank you. Paul.
All right, thank you, and welcome.
Thank you so much.
We're glad to have you.
I'm glad to be here.
My family frequents the library. They love it, my kids. So you mentioned that there was a 4% increase in visitors last year versus, I guess, year over year.
Yeah.
How are we doing on hours? Are our hours the same? Are they decreasing? Are they increasing?
Our hours have maintained the same, so that 175 hours is across all the locations. We're open 63 hours to the public each week. So sometimes we overlap often at different locations. That's more in people's neighborhood, easier to get to. But our hours really haven't changed. We try to make sure we have a mix of evenings available, weekend hours on Saturday and Sunday. So everyone in the community can help take advantage of what we have going on.
So while you've increased 4% year on year, your budget's gone up 1%, you're still maintaining the same level of service.
We're very good at being thrifty in the public library. We believe in sharing. So it is a challenge with so many people coming through our doors all the time. And frankly, for people looking for things to do after school or in school vacation week, those programs get particularly slammed. But we are still working with what we have. We're very fortunate to have our foundation. We have a runner for Team Brookline, just to mention, and our friends group and our trusts that our trustees manage. Those help us fill in those gaps.
Great, well, thank you, and we're fortunate to have you.
Oh, thank you so much.
David?
I know that several years ago you started a tools library at the Coolidge Corner Library. I'm wondering what other types of innovative concepts have maybe come up for what a library can be for its community.
Ooh, that's a huge question. The library things continues to be all the rage, I will say, across libraries. And I would say that the articles that we get asked to do the most with local papers tend to be trying to highlight this collection. I believe we just had a university come and wanted to ask what's up with the Tool Library in Coolidge, because they're trying to promote it to their student base who study frequently at the Coolidge Corner Library. In terms of things to put in there, I mean, we have VR headsets. I mean, there's lots of games. And when you say game, you might just think pure recreation, but sometimes there are tools that help build conversations with people. Our ELL program has kits so people could check out a dictionary, but also a cookbook and things that will help them do a real life task, but lean on some resources from the library. There's all sorts of things in that collection that can just make everything so much richer for people at home without having to invest a lot of money. Our databases are also really interesting. That press reader tool, if you haven't used it, I totally recommend you pop on our website, try it out, because if you've ever been frustrated about not getting access to something, most of those major journals are in there. But I think right now, it shouldn't be revolutionary, but access to information is getting harder, and finding good information is even harder. So your question about AI rang with me a lot, because we want to try to help people use the tools available as best we can. So I think that's an area that the library can do more in, to try to help make sense of the information confusion that is out there right now.
Thank you.
John?
Welcome to Brookline.
Thank you.
And I'm going to say a word on behalf of the databases that are available through the library, because I think that a lot of people are not aware of just how rich a part of the library collections that is. And two that I reference frequently are the Brookline Annual Reports databases. You can search every single Town of Brookline annual report from 1846 to 2017. The others, in case people are wondering, are available through the town website. And then personal favorite of mine, the Brookline Newspaper Archive. I spent 10 years as the editor of a paper called the Brookline Chronicle Citizen. And don't want to date myself too much, but in those days, the way we archived the newspaper was to save a copy every week, and then by the end of the year, you'd have a great big bound volume, and I mean it was huge. And then we'd set aside a couple more copies just sort of in a pile. And when I left after 10 years, I thought, I can't bear the thought that all of the work that went into the newspaper for the 10 years I was editor will be lost to me. And I hauled all these newspapers and kept them in our basement for more years than I wish to recite, until all of a sudden one day I woke up and realized I don't need to do that. And I can search every article that was published by every reporter and every article I wrote from my time at that newspaper, in no time at all. And if people don't fully appreciate, newspapers are great sources for local history. And you can find some really fascinating local history just by going through the newspaper archive. And there's more than one newspaper. It's not just the one I edited, but then there were successor newspapers. So thank you. I'm not really asking you for a comment, but I'm just telling people of Brookline, this is another great resource at the library.
I'm so glad we were there to preserve that with you. So thank you.
Yeah, one thing that I'm really fascinated by is the 3D printer. Although I've never gotten my act together to go over and learn how to use it and what it's used for. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, a lot of people love the 3D printer. If you come to the Brookline Village location on the ground level by the elevator, you could see it in action, printing off jobs that people have requested. And people are very creative. There's also a display case right next to it, so you can see some of the projects that people have created. So everything from a little screw that will fit in your glasses to be able to keep things going, to cookie cutters or artistic work. It's really pretty impressive. So what you do is you're learning about how to design a 3D-dimensional object that will be printed on a platform. And the design programs, many of them are free that you can use and tinker with, and then you see the product of your work to see if you got those dimensions correct. I also am a novice at 3D printing, but we have some staff that are absolutely fantastic at it. So if it's something you want to learn, we can help you learn, see a tutorial to get you off the ground. We do programming around it, but it will also be able to help you print it for free in the end too, which is unusual. That's not always offered in a lot of public libraries. So please come in, we'll help you out. And
I'll get
please
my
see the
act
display
together.
case. When you see it in action, you're like, wow, I could be that creative too.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so
Very
much.
interesting, and welcome to Brookline.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much and have a great evening.
You too.
Thank you.
Next, Department of Public Works. I think Commissioner Schuet's on.
The whole team
Online?
is online.
Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So we'll go ahead and pull up our slides. I know that you're probably taking that down. But I guess, okay, I'll just get started. So good evening, Chair, members of the Select Board. I'm pleased to be here with the incredible DPW leadership team to present the Department of Public Works FY27 budget. Public Works touches nearly every part of daily life in Brookline, from streets, sidewalks, parks, water and sewer, sanitation, trees, sustainability, and emergency response. For FY27, our focus is straightforward. Maintain core service delivery, improve the condition of our assets, strengthen internal capacity, and continue modernizing how we serve the public. The DPW operating budget is $21.1 million, an increase of about 1.6% over FY26. The water and sewer enterprise budget is $35.6 million, an increase of about 3.1%. Across both budgets, we've worked to preserve service delivery, absorb fixed cost pressures where possible, and continue making targeted investments in core operations and infrastructure. The DPW budget reflects a cut of 2 FTEs and some services. The increase in contractual obligations includes personnel steps and other contractual services, largely grounds maintenance and sanitation. This includes not only trash and recycling tonnage, but also non-Casella increases in hazardous waste, white goods, mattresses, compost, yard waste, etc. We did receive a question at advisory around how much was associated specifically with trash collection, and that's $69,000 of that. In FY26, I would highlight 3 major accomplishments. First, we successfully transitioned to the town's new trash collection model, which is providing strong service to residents while also allowing town staff to focus more capacity on other important public works services. Second, we continue to strengthen our asset management approach, including roadway and sidewalk planning, maintenance prioritization, and long-range capital coordination. And third, we invested in our workforce through internal promotions, in-house CDL training, technical and safety training, and stronger interdepartmental and regional coordination, including water and sewer, emergency response training with MWRA. For FY27, our work is organized around 6 cross-department priorities: communication and customer service, staffing, retention and capacity building, asset management and maintenance, environmental health and safety, digital transformation, and climate resiliency and environmental sustainability. These priorities help us manage a broad and complex department in a more coordinated and accountable way. For detailed goals and accomplishments across each division, we have about 140 in the budget book that support these priorities. Within these 6 priorities, our FY27 focus is on practical improvements that support both service and accountability. On customer service, that includes improved communication tools, community engagement, and continued strong performance in trash collection, and working on improved and predictable community engagement protocol. On staffing, it means growing internal capacity through training and promotions. And with asset management, it means keeping roads, sidewalks, parks, and utility systems in a state of good repair using data and life cycle planning. For safety, it means stronger onboarding, investigations, and updated policies. For digital transformation, we're looking at moving more permitting and record systems to modern platforms. And regarding climate and sustainability, it means moving from planning to implementation through the Climate Action and Resiliency Plan, the Open Space and Recreation Plan, and Vision Zero Plan, and others. So for FY27, our priorities are closely aligned with the select boards. We're supporting implementation of the town's major plans, including the Climate Action and Resiliency Plan that you will see in the coming weeks. As we think about cost efficiencies and value overall, I want to underscore that our sustainability and natural resources function has brought in $3.2 million to the town since FY24, and just received notice that our application met the rigorous climate leader community requirements, opening access to over $1 million in energy efficiency and renewable energy funding per year to the town. This division is also leading the solar expansion initiative that will result in significant reduced costs for the town over time. Another significant place of alignment with the select board's roadmap and priorities is what we're continuing to improve Brookline's roadway and sidewalks through a cost-benefit value-based asset management approach. This is one of the primary goals for the select board. We've completed our analysis, our conditions assessment of the roads, and determined the most fiscally proactive and responsible approach for maintaining the roads with the funding available. This year, Hammond and Harvard will be rehabilitated. The overall cost for the roads is about $100 million for the renovation of roads. The roads are mapped by treatment and by year for the best value for the town. And then we're also looking at this slide specifically just to show you kind of a change over time. It shows the change in roadway maintenance work since 2016 through 2025. And this is specifically looking at square yards of paving. And the highest year, or last year, 25, we had about 4 miles. So that was about 4 miles worth of paving, whereas in FY16, it was less than half a mile. So the select board's pavement maintenance and management policy has enabled maintenance work to go forward based on this model, while also asking the transportation board and staff to prioritize critical complete street, Vision Zero, safe routes to school, and bicycle accommodation projects. So as you can see, as we look forward, we'll continue on that strong trend. Sidewalk and ramp work is also strong. You heard from Jim Lee, Chair of the Commission on Disabilities, earlier about improvements in this area. We're working ahead of the roadway work and incorporating not only the conditions assessment, but also priorities from the Commission on Disability and the Pedestrian Advisory Committee. We're incorporating those into the annual work plan. We are thrilled to see a significant increase in our staff's ability to do this work in-house as well. In FY25, we were only able to accomplish about 1/4 of a mile worth of sidewalk work. And this year will be over 2 miles of sidewalk work completed with this crew. And then we're looking to grow that by another 1/3 in the year ahead. So we're really glad that we're able to focus on some of the in-house talent that we have to provide some of this work for the town. And we are stretching town dollars with our trip hazard removal program. We're working with a contractor who inspects the sidewalks, documents trip hazards that fall within the range that they can address, usually 1/2 inch to 2 inches, documents what the town needs to replace, and then slices the sidewalk with a precision blade that is far more effective than grinding. We completed 13 miles of sidewalk in 25 and to date in 26, and we're looking at 20 new roads for the balance of 26 and through 27. This is estimated to save 80% over full sidewalk replacement We may need to go back and replace the sidewalk in time, but it's improving the condition and extending its useful life. And this next slide is just a before and an after picture. So if you see this, you'll know that this has been inventoried and is part of our program now to remove these trip hazards. We also have very exciting complete street work happening in the public way, such as Washington Street, the Bridle Path, Lincoln School, Safe Routes to School, traffic calming. These are all moving forward, and some leveraging significant state and federal dollars. And I would be remiss in not recognizing the 170 men and women of Public Works that support Brookline every day, and also their incredible work this winter. It was a challenging season. It was also incredibly cold, in addition to some tough snow events. So here's our season recap. They did an excellent job this winter with very little sleep and a lot of snow removal. And I don't know if you've seen this image of the DPW yard. This is our facility up at the transfer station. This was actually not at its peak, but the transfer station in this snow dump, it's really invaluable during the winter season to help the town resume day-to-day operations following significant snow events. Snow removal is essential for public safety, teacher parking, commercial area parking, opening up intersections, sidewalk ramps, and parking lots. So it's really important and helpful that this is something that we do with our own site and facility, because hauling the snow out of town would be incredibly expensive. So in closing, the FY27 budget is designed to do three things: protect essential daily services, improve condition and management of the town's assets, and continue modernizing the way the department operates and serves the public. The division directors are here, and we're glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Questions from the select board? John?
I'll jump in. Aaron and the division heads, thank you so much. And I do hope people realize that the select board review of this budget is going to be cursory compared to the advisory committee review, which I happened to witness the other night. And it went on for more than 2 hours, right? I'm not exaggerating.
It was 4. It
Yeah.
was 4, and that was our 4th budget meeting.
Yeah, I mean, talk about going through a budget, with a comb, fine-tooth comb, cliche, sorry. The advisory committee did a terrific job of checking on every single aspect of your operations. And I really recommend to people that if they've got the time, check out that exchange that went on and on and on and on. You will understand more about the DPW operations and the incredible breadth of them, the way that they impact us in so many different aspects of our lives, and the complexity of having to be in charge of every single part of the town every day, and all these services that we take for granted, the trash pickup, but also just the ability to enjoy a walk on a sidewalk, the condition of our streets that we use every day. It really is impressive, and I can't say enough about the work that the department does. At the same time, I have a question. Sorry for the long preface. I'm very pleased that the select board, in recent years, through policy emphasis, has worked with the DPW to shift more and more resources into a stepped-up program of addressing the needs of our streets. And you showed that in a slide. It went by pretty fast. People might not have fully appreciated what that slide showed, but it really did show dramatic increases going forward in the number of streets we're going to be able to address. That is where I love to see the emphasis of the DPW. Where I have doubts is on a couple of these, one in particular, the Beacon Street Bridle Path, which we've already appropriated $1 million for, And at this point, all we know about it is that it consumes a lot of planning and coordination with the state. I don't think we really have a hard date as to when, the work might be done. I don't think we have a clear indication of whether this is even feasible, given the layout of the streets as they exist today and the use of the streets for parking areas, for trees, you name it. At what point will we get a sense of how much this is going to cost us altogether? And at the end of the day, do we have a real good handle on how much it will be used? Because I've heard people say they love the sidewalks and they don't really feel any need for a path that is adjacent to a trolley track. And then I've heard other people say they would love to have exclusive use of the Beacon Street bridle path for high-speed bike commuting. Well, that's not something that mixes in a multimodal way, with people walking their kids, or strolling, or older people walking at a slow pace. So do we even agree on what this is going to be used for? I'm puzzled by it, and all I know is we've already appropriated $1 million. Have we spent any of that money? That's the other thing that kind of puzzles me. When you consider how little there is to show for this, are we spending that money?
That's a lot.
I know. I'm sorry, I went on a thing.
And as you know, this has been supported by town meeting and was a grassroots effort. So there is a broad design review committee that has been established. I think that we're going to have to figure all of that out together. There is not we don't know what the cost is yet. We don't know what the schedule is yet. That will evolve through the process. The design team, so Tool is the consultant working on this, has been doing a lot of the sort of groundwork on sort of the base concept, working on pulling together a lot of safety related data over the last 10 years regarding crashes, incidents, and we have a roadway safety audit and meeting that's coming up with Mass DOT and whole police, fire. It's a huge group of people that really look at safety associated with current conditions, and then ultimately that is evaluated based on what the proposed design. I think you put forward a lot of questions that the design review committee is going to have to grapple with in terms of the bridle path itself, use of the bridle path, access to it, and what the trade-offs are. So I think we're going to hear a lot of different opinions as to what it is, how it'll be used, and the trade-offs. And we're going to have to do a lot of thoughtful design about how we would design that in the best way to serve the most people in the community. And the town will have time to decide whether it's something that they want to move forward with. And I would say we would have a better sense of cost, probably around 25% design. At this point, the consultant team still has additional survey work to do. And it's been quite complex in terms of getting all the sort of survey information around the T-tracks and other utility work that was going on. So the survey itself is taking an extended time. Once they have that base information, we've already done a lot of information gathering from the community in terms of defining the project, getting information from the community in terms of kind of their hopes and dreams about it. But once we have the survey and some base concepts, then the public process will really be off and running, so the public will have something to respond to, which I think is important.
Real quick though, how much of the money have we spent, the $1 million that we appropriated?
So it's a $3 million contract with $2 million provided from federal government and $1 million provided by the town. We've spent about $500,000 to date.
So, and the next appropriation date, you think? will be when?
Appropriation for additional funds?
Well, when are we
mean-
going to sort of run out of the first million and then need more?
We have an item, I think, a couple years out in the CIP. So this gets us to 75% into the Mass DOT tip process. So the
Yeah.
intent is to submit this to Mass DOT. And I think, as we all know, that's another layer of just complication and reports and analysis that's required to move through that.
Yeah,
that
and just a
process.
quick comment by me, and thank you for your answers. I can't help but think about all the streets additional streets we could be addressing that need fixing now. You know, when you're talking about $1 million and more dollars, and we still don't know what we're getting with that $1 million and more dollars, but we would know what we would get if we spend it to fix more streets. And that's just me, delivering a little sermon here.
Paul?
Yep. Thank you, Aaron, and for your team, for all the great work that you do and that you've done. I think my involvement in your work is probably one of the things that I'll miss most in leaving the select board. I'm like John. I'm pleased to see that the incredible change in the paved miles, which was a direct result of your willingness to be open to change when Mike Sandman and I approached you a couple of years ago to address that. And I think that's a testament to how your willingness to continually innovate and change makes our town better. The other thing that I'm really proud that you've done, and I think this is a testament to who you are and your team, the work that you did for the Washington Street redesign. There's a lot of people that threw arrows at you, including some sitting at this table, about that. It takes vision and stick-to-itiveness to make change like that happen. I can't imagine the headwinds of the visionaries that laid out Beacon Street and started to buy up land, and people probably thought they were crazy, John. That resulted in what we have today, including what used to be the bridle path. I think that when Olmsted and the visionaries for the Emerald Necklace, imagine the questions. How much is this going to cost? When is it going to be done? Tell us now. If those voices prevailed, we wouldn't have it. So I, as someone who lives about 50 feet from the proposed, I'll say 50 yards from the proposed bridle path, I strongly encourage that you stick to it, despite the voices of opposition or concern or doubt, because I think that's what we need. Vision and stick-to-itiveness in order to have change, that innovative change that would improve our community for a lifetime, a generation, needs to happen. I'm sad that by the time it's done, I believe my children will be in college. They won't be riding their bikes. But John, we live right on.
Let's not make this personal.
It's not personal. I'm giving a lot of kudos to what's going on.
I think you're really going over the line in terms of sort of critique of John.
I'm not critiquing John. I support John 100% about his, and I encourage his opposition. But again, I want to thank you for the work that you and your team has done. I won't get to say this again because I want to be on the board the next time you come for a budget hearing. So I'm going to use my discretion in giving you as much as I can. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Michael.
My colleague's comments as prelude, I'll just jump right in. There's been a lot of talk of the progress to date. And I have asked the question, and David has also asked the question specifically about AI, and I appreciate that DPW is largely dealing with the interface of the physical world with all of the processes and technology that we assemble as a town. So not only speaking to the question of the use of AI, I wonder if you have any thoughts more broadly about sort of the long-term technology trajectories that you are looking at and considering, and how those will affect the operations and the services of DPW moving forward.
Mm-hmm. It's a great question. It feels like it's ever changing, and we're constantly getting different vendors reaching out to us with a host of different technologies that they're hoping to present to us. I see a lot in the way of AI. Certainly, survey the conditions assessment of the roads are now done fully with AI. And I think we'll certainly be looking at services. For us right now, it's a lot of the actual technologies, standard operating procedures, sort of writing standard operating procedures, looking for discrepancies between sort of multiple different procedures, and being able to do that very quickly, and optimizing those procedures, I think, is a way that we'll use AI. And also turn by turn directional optimization, for example, for snow removal, and having tablets in each vehicle, which is giving the plow drivers the exact routes. It's giving us the documentation on where, what's been plowed, how many times, at what times, but also then when we have to bring someone down for either downtime or a rest or make adjustments, we then make quick shifts and can make sure that we are optimizing that work. And that'll apply also for street sweeping and documenting catch basin cleaning. And so I think both the documentation and making sure that we're being as thorough as we need to be.
Thank you.
David.
So I have a question about the how sanitation is currently working out, whether you anticipate any changes moving into the next fiscal year, given some of the challenges at the center that we have by Lost Pond Sanctuary, and also just the change over to Casella.
Okay, so I'll start, and then Kevin, if you want to jump in. So as this board knows, we have a sort of a structural deficiency in the transfer station floor. It's a building that's 75 years old, and the floor has been worn down, and to a point at which we now need to construct a temporary transfer station, which we're doing with a temporary it's an armature type frame building that'll enclose the operation while we work on a full-time solution. So I will say that our contractor has been incredibly flexible with us. We had to sort of stop their operation and have them haul our trash out direct for several days while we worked with DEP to get authorization to use one of our open bays to have the trash brought in daily, and then resume the operation in that location until we could construct this facility. So once we do this, and it will be temporary, we don't see any changes in the short term, and nor do we see any changes at this point until we're able to construct that building, which we hope will be done this fall.
Do you anticipate needing any broader changes at the transfer station? I know there have been discussions prior to this collapse of possibly needing a significant renovation of that whole facility.
Yes, we do believe that the transfer station itself is long overdue for replacement. So that is something that we'll be analyzing through the feasibility study. That won't be a full design or cost estimate, but just the overall value to the town. We actually have plans for a new transfer station from when the landfill was capped in the early 2000s. So it was the intent to actually replace the building then, but cost estimates exceeded what had been set aside for the capping, and so the building wasn't reconstructed at that time. So I think that's going to be a community conversation, around that new building and the value long term to the town. We think it's an asset and provides the town flexibility that we wouldn't want you to lose in the long term.
Thank you.
Chaz.
And just quickly to follow up on that, one of the things you mentioned last year as an issue when we were talking about moving to increase Casella's share of the sanitation services was that there were folks whose time was being taken up by sanitation who were assigned to other activities. Do you have a sense of how that increase in sidewalk work from last year to this year, or from the prior year to the whatever it is, 2 years ago to this year, is related to the fact that you now have a little more flexibility there? Do you have a sense of how much of that is related to that?
Yeah, Kevin?
Yes, we've seen some tremendous improvement on the other services that we provide for the town that we weren't able to do in the past due to the staffing needs on sanitation. For a quick example, the commissioner went over quickly tonight, but in the past 2 years, we might have poured less than 100 cubic yards of concrete with our in-house crews for the whole year. And from July 1st to present, obviously to the winter, we're a little over 300 yards, and our goal is to maybe get up to 600 yards by July. So that's a huge improvement just on the sidewalk maintenance. We were able to put crew down in the commercial areas, repainting all the light poles, the street light poles, and stuff that we've been trying to do for years, just to preventive maintenance on a lot of our assets that we're able to accomplish now. So, yeah, we've seen a tremendous improvement on that, and I'd be remiss not to say that our morale at the highway has improved a lot as well, because people are coming in to do what they were hired for every day.
Great.
Thanks. Good question.
Yeah, go ahead.
One more, sorry, just to talk a little bit about water and sewer and sustainability, stormwater management, and the pipe work that the pipe inventory that we've been doing, not just lead pipes, but also the stormwater system. I don't know if Jay and/or Alexandra want to talk about that in the context of the CARP, or if you.
Yeah, sure. I can jump in first. Thank you for the question. Yeah, we've been moving right along with our utility asset programs. First one, the sewer, we've been continuing our I&I program, where we go in and we remove sources of clear water out of the sewer system. And we do that by aligning the pipe, basically putting a pipe inside a pipe and sealing the manhole. So whenever we do that, it basically cuts off the water's ability to get into the sewer, and everything that enters that pipe has to go to the treatment plant. So any clear water that you can keep out, keeps our costs down, and it saves, the treatment costs, treatment process, and everything else. On the water side, we've been continuing our sort of Get the Lead Out program. Fortunately in Brookline, when they built out this town, it was mostly iron pipe, so we really didn't have any actual lead containing pipes. However, we do have what they call lead gooseneck material, which is a flexible piece of lead that connects the iron pipe to the actual cast iron main. And we're trying to just be proactive and just get rid of those materials. There's approximately like 1,600, more like probably 1,500 now, because we've been aggressively removing them. And we're trying to do that with the planned work that engineering and highway are doing on the roads that are coming up. So the last thing we want is to have an old service line pop after we've paved the road, and then we just look foolish. So it's a great program, cooperative effort, and it's going well. On the stormwater front, we've been doing a lot of work there, trying to look at areas that are flood prone. We're done with our stormwater model, and we're working on our stormwater master plan to identify those flood prone areas and come up with recommendations on how to mitigate potential sources of flooding. We're also working on an aggressive illicit discharge and detection program where we're trying to locate and remove sources of bacteria. We appreciate the previous approvals for the funding there. We've been actually able to contract with a consultant and expedite a lot of that work and make a lot of progress. So that's a real quick overview on water, sewer, and drain, the three flavors there. And I guess I'll turn it over to Alexandra if she's ready, if she wants to add anything on the sustainability front.
Sure, thank you. I will just say, Jay gave a great summary there of all the work, but specifically with the stormwater model and plan that the team has been working on, we're really trying to integrate those recommendations into our climate action and resiliency plan, really helping to highlight and prioritize for resiliency, some of our greatest threats in Brookline as it relates to climate hazards, including heat resilience and stormwater and flood management, as well as extreme weather events. So those are incorporated into our resiliency section, and we're looking forward to sharing that with the board here in the next couple of weeks. Thanks.
Great, thank you. John, did you?
May I ask one more?
Sure.
Chestnut Hill Avenue has gotten a lot of attention in recent months, and there was a major development recently, which is that there is now going to be a repaving of Chestnut Hill Avenue that will go ahead based on, the condition of the street and the need to address the deficiencies of the street as soon as possible, or at least in a timely way, whereas a plan which had been thought of for that to also include a much more extensive treatment of other amenities on the street, a protected bike path and some other additional amenities, that is not something that's going to be possible at the present time, because of the clear need for there to be something done right away. And the reason given, which I totally accept, for not proceeding with the other plan, the more elaborate plan, is that the intent was to connect to Chestnut Hill Avenue in Boston, which would then have by that time have its own protected bike lane. So you'd have a continuous bike lane the entire length of Chestnut Hill Avenue, Brookline, and then Boston. Makes a lot of sense. Is that a guiding principle that we can expect, to continue to be applied to these considerations of when and on what streets does it make the most sense to incorporate a thoroughly protected bike lane? Are we going to be guided by whether there's connectivity to lanes at either end? As it happens, I guess they would, in most cases, be in Boston.
That's a great question. So I think a few things about Chestnut Hill Avenue. Chestnut Hill Avenue is on our list and really kind of got ahead of itself before the policy was finalized. And so while Chestnut Hill Avenue is due for just pavement maintenance, it's probably, as it's had a lot of public engagement. And so I believe that the Transportation Board and staff still need to make a decision on what they want to do sort of short-term, long-term at Chestnut Hill Avenue. And Dan, if that's not the case and they've made a decision, let me know. But that was my understanding. We always try to partner with both Newton and Boston where we can in terms of connectivity, what projects they have that they're working on, what we're working on, and how to make them work together. So right now, as we have our cost benefit value approach just for maintenance of roads, the transportation board is working on prioritizing all of the other really important multimodal improvements: bike accommodation, full complete street, Vision Zero, safe routes to school, et cetera. And so the transportation board will work with subcommittees and the public and staff to prioritize. Our folks are working on kind of a first cut of a rubric that will help, but connectivity is going to be part of that. And then they'll prioritize the work. And the work has to be work that we can manage in terms of public process and being really clear about what the decision-making process is, what that process will look like for the public at the outset, and then moving through that. So I think Chestnut Hill Avenue is still yet to be determined in terms of what the ultimate improvements there will be, because I do know there are a lot of pedestrian concerns, and certainly the bike advocates have really, I think, come out strong in terms of that being an important corridor. So
But
I'm not sure where that'll land yet.
Isn't it a pavement improvement project for 2026?
27.
Right, FY 27.
Yeah.
Which would maybe start in 26?
FY 26. 7 starts in 26, yes.
Yeah, okay,
yes.
okay.
But I'm just saying it's also in the middle of its community engagement.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Shute. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Nice to see you all. Thanks to this incredible Public Works team.
Yep.
Thank you.
We agree.
Thanks very much.
So what I'd like to do is take the parking fine increases question and then take a break. So why don't we go through that?
Yeah, I'll be very quick.
I thought this would be a quick one.
Yeah, the long and the short of it is, as part of the way of paying for the increases in costs in the following years, without without asking to raise property taxes further, we are looking wherever we can at increasing fees and fines appropriately. We have not touched parking fines since 2007. We're due. Other communities are higher than we are now. Cambridge recently raised many of its fees to $40. Boston has its fines at $40. Somerville's are even higher. I will say that Newton, our other neighbor, is lower at 25. It's closer to where we are. But I think there's a strong case to be made that regionally it's appropriate to raise the fines to $40. You cannot exceed a $50 fine per local law. So that's why, unless there is a statutory exemption for it, your fines cannot exceed $50. And there has to be an escalating cost structure. So if someone doesn't pay within a certain amount of time, it has to go up by a certain amount. And then when it's reported to the state, when it's reported to the RMV, it has to go up again. So what I've structured here is a proposal that for every fine that is not currently at $40, that it be increased to $40, that the late payment before it is reported to the state be increased to $55, and then when it is reported out, that the fine go up to $70. Both of those numbers are the statutory maximum that the select board is allowed to set for a parking violation. So the way that you did this in 2007 was that you asked the transportation board to opine on it first. They provided a recommendation to the select board, and then the select board voted on the ultimate increase. Technically, I think under the law, the transportation board could do it themselves, but I think in the interest of maintaining tradition and also maintaining that you are the ultimate policymaking body, the transportation board does have statutory authority, but it has an advisory role to play as well. Having both boards concur on a fine increase, I think, is important. So I would take it to them first with your permission, and then bring it back to you with their recommendation.
Okay, anyone disagree?
Mike?
Just a question. You referred specifically to parking violations.
Yes.
Are they looking at moving violations also?
No, this is just parking violations.
Okay, Paul?
Yeah, so, Chaz, this is uniform across the town.
Yes.
Okay, so my question is, are we Are we limited to that, uniform across the town? The reason why I ask is I think the abuse of parking is different by region of the town. So, for example, in Beacon Street down by St. Mary's, because of the Red Sox games and often concerts, it's heavily abused, the parking. And it's cheaper to pay $40 than to pay $65, by the park or, closer into the venue. And I see this because people park and they're happy to get the ticket. Can we make it more location specific?
I don't know the answer to that. I will ask town council's office. I have not seen that done, but that doesn't mean that it can't be done. So let me ask, and I will, if that is the case, then we'll discuss that with the T-board and bring that back to you.
Okay, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
John?
Do we have any estimate as to how much the current revenue is versus how much the revenue would be with this $40?
We estimate that we would bring in, on average, about an additional $1.2 million. Just if everything stayed consistent. We want to be very conservative when we look at these for the first time, so we did a rolling 5-year average, and we also assumed that in the event that fines go up, you do see some increased compliance, so that takes it down a little bit. So ultimately, we are projecting in FY27, if these fines are approved, an increase in roughly $1.06 million in local receipts.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
That's the hope.
Real money.
Yeah.
That's the hope.
Well,
again, this is a conservative projection, but we also, we want to be frank with people that, the rate, the fines are not taking, we're still not taking in what we used to take in before the pandemic. We're still not where we used to be, and that was when they were at a lower rate. So, it's a combination of fewer people on the road, some of the issues with enforcement, and in some cases compliance. So, one of the things that we want to do with this is we want to take some of this money and directly reinvest it in our parking infrastructure so that we have better systems in place. We, for example, there are tickets that get thrown out because meters are broken, for example. Like, we want to reinvest directly in the process to make sure that there are fewer broken meters and there's fewer excuses when those things pop up. We want to have a more functional and cohesive parking enforcement infrastructure. So we're going to take some of this money and reinvest it directly into that, and then the rest of it will be run through the town school split like it usually does.
I mean, I just add one other factor that I hope is taken into consideration, because this does come at a cost. There's been discussion recently about adjusting the rates for parking depending on how close you are into the heart of a commercial district like Brookline Village versus parking at outlying parking meters.
Yes.
That's all well and good, but once we, jack up the amount of the meter rate, and then we add on that, and, God help you if you overpark by 2 minutes and you get a $40 fine, eventually people are going to say, I'm going to go somewhere where I'm less likely to, have to spend a lot of money just because I parked at a meter that was near the store, and then I, made the mistake of staying too long. And next thing you know, a simple shopping trip to Brookline Village has cost me over, $50.
Right.
So you got to balance all of these things, right?
That's right. And I will say, I know that a town meeting member came last week and had a good question, I thought, about why don't we raise the parking meter rates again? And the answer is we did that last override.
Yeah.
We raised it,
Well aware.
And so, hasn't been very long since we've been at the $2 mark. And we've seen, people avoiding the meters, people trying to park elsewhere because of that. So we have seen revenue from parking meters actually start to become more volatile as a result of the fact that our rates are higher. I worry if we push them higher, especially since we just pushed them higher, not even 5 years ago, that you will start to see that sort of avoidance. And unlike with the fines, where I think you have other communities, not just Boston, at that $40 mark or higher, no one except Boston, to my knowledge, is above the $2 an hour rate for street parking currently. Although, again, I haven't done the survey on that, but it's my understanding, based on conversations I've had, that Boston is kind of the outlier there as opposed to where we are on this. So I do want people to be assured that we have looked at that, but to your point, you know, you want to be careful not to create a situation that accidentally upsets the balance that you've created here.
Yeah, and one other consideration too is appeals processes. People are going to be much more likely, having experienced a $40 ticket in Boston when I went to get a slice of pizza, and it was not appropriately done because there was just a disagreement over which meter was the one that my car was parked at. And I went through the appeals process, and it was impressive, and it came out just fine for me. But I probably wouldn't have appealed, you know, a $15 penalty.
Right.
And so all of these things kind of interact, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Hey, Michael?
I'm just curious, following up on the parking question, whether there's any evidence of the increase in parking rates pushing people to other modes of transportation.
I don't have an answer on that. I'll talk to the transportation team at DPW. I know we try and monitor those things, but I'll get you an answer on that.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we need to vote.
You don't need to vote. I just
Okay.
wanted to make sure that you were okay with me taking it to the transportation board first.
No objection, I take it, so you're authorized to go do that. So let's take a 10-minute break, and we'll get back, or come back to talk about the override again.
Thank you.
The Select Board is back, and we're going to take up item 9 on the agenda regarding the override. Chaz, why don't you lead us on this and
Okay.
tell us what we're going to be voting on?
So you don't have to vote on anything if you don't want to. This is the deadline for the ballot question. Today is the deadline for the ballot question.
Right.
So if you had any additional thoughts, concerns, modifications that you wanted to make to your prior question, I talked with town council. Town council is confident that your vote last time is in accordance
Was a
with
good
all the
vote.
notice requirements. Is fine. So you have you've currently set a ballot question, one ballot question, and then. One of the things that we had mentioned last week that we're still to follow up on is the expansion of or an additional memorandum of understanding between the town and the schools regarding the recommendations of the Expenditures and Revenues Study Committee. You can see a draft of that in your packet now. The superintendent and I are working on that. We will continue to iterate on that a little bit. It's largely done. Michael identified there's a typo in there, but you know. That the structure, the bones of it are where it needs to be, and we just want any feedback you have on that. You also have an interim report from Clifton Larson Allen, CLA, who have been brought back in to do that analysis. They have finished their interviews and are now digging into the data. I will note we got an email from a school committee member who raised a concern that there's something that's inaccurately reported in there about how special education information is transmitted. I think that's a result of going through an interview process and having those conversations, and my goal is to have them dig through the data and sort that out to be sure that those are, what they're finding in terms of processes is an accurate reflection of what the school department is actually doing. I also know there's just, there's, as is often the case, right? I think the superintendent feels, CLA's analysis of this was, based on a prior state, and there are all those things that come with that. So you do have the superintendent's initial response to this as well. We will be sure that the schools have ample opportunity to review and respond to whatever the CLA ultimate findings are. But given the deadline for the ballot question, we wanted to be sure that you had at least the preliminary information from CLA so that you can make an informed decision on whatever it is you decide to do moving forward here. So I guess my question to the board is, are there any concerns, questions, changes you wish to make to the ballot? And if so, what would those be?
Paul, you want to make changes to the ballot?
I do not, but I do, you got my attention last time when there was a question about whether we noticed it properly, and I know town council has said we're safe.
Yeah.
But, just because we can.
You could take another.
I don't necessarily think we need to take another vote, but I would actually make a motion to reaffirm our prior vote, just for posterity's sake.
That's fine.
Okay, John?
I had a question about it isn't necessarily about the ballot, it's about the booklet.
Yeah.
That is planned. And this kind of touches on a discussion we had earlier this evening about, what is appropriate versus maybe not appropriate campaigning, for an issue. This is purely hypothetical, but if it turns out that no one steps up to submit an argument for a no vote, and all we've got is, there's 20 people who want to do the argument for the yes vote. How would the town handle that? Would it put out a booklet that only had one side of the question, or what would we do?
Joe, do you want to talk about that? I think you did a pretty good job last time when we were concerned about that.
We can't hear.
Joe, we're having trouble hearing you. You aren't muted. Yeah, no, we're not seeing.
Pick up the phone.
Is there a problem with our sound?
His microphone, perhaps?
Maybe. I mean, he's looking at.
How about now?
There we go. Perfect.
Okay. All right. Sorry about that. So Joe Callahan, Town Council. right now we have an advocate for the proponents, only one. We have no advocate that stepped forward in opposition. So as outlined in my memo, if no advocate for one side or the other, town council to write that argument. We already have a responsibility to write a summary of the question. It'll be essentially like what we did in 2023 for the questions 2A and 2B. So there'll be slight differences, but that will be 90-something% of what the summary will be this year. But otherwise, if there's no advocate that steps forward, it falls to me. What I'll do is use the, kind of as a base, the arguments in opposition last time in 2023, 2A and 2B, but also seek other communities who've had questions where the advocates have stepped forward and see what they wrote, say in, Somerville or, Quincy. And then using what we did in 2023 in the other communities, arguments in opposition, I'll come up with 150 words.
I will say, right, in 2023, we came very close to having to do that. And then someone graciously stepped up at the last minute and offered a compelling no argument. But we had a no argument drafted internally that I thought was quite fair and quite, eloquent in making the negative case in 150 words. So if we have to do that, we will. Town council will. But, I would, again, this is a good opportunity for us to strongly encourage folks. There's a diversity of opinion out there. If you are opposed to this question, please reach out, contact town council. It's 150 words. It's not a heavy lift. We welcome the strongest argument. It's better for local government, better for democracy if you have vigorous argument for and against a question. So please step forward.
It just feels very awkward to me. I mean, we'd be making an argument, the town would be making an argument against its own interests, having brought it this far to...
One of the nice things about working as an appointed official in local government is I make arguments against my own interest all the time.
Okay. The MOU is going to be finalized when?
Probably in the next couple weeks.
Okay. So people have comments or even questions, please provide them to Chaz. I have a few myself. But. Okay, anything else on this that we need to discuss?
Do we want to follow up on Paul's affirmation?
Yeah.
Affirm the vote.
To ratify
There's
your
nothing else to discuss. Go ahead. Make your motion.
I move that we affirm the vote that we took on placing whatever the number is.
The prior
3.25.
23.25, right?
23.25. It was 23.5, but actually it's 23.25.
2.5.
Yes.
Okay, all in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Well, I was an abstain on the previous vote, so.
Okay, Paul Warren.
You don't want to change your mind?
I'll affirm my abstain.
Aye.
Okay, David Perlman.
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay.
I was unclear of what your vote was. Did you just say that you were affirming your abstention?
Yeah.
And so is that an aye vote for the affirmation?
No.
Well,
Abstention is abstention. Yeah.
Joe, do you have any? Do you want to follow up on your memo? If there are any questions from the board, but maybe just so the public understands what the next steps are here in terms of the booklet and education process.
Yeah, if I can just have a minute or two, I do have a slide show kind of the deadlines. Can you see that?
It's coming up. 1 second. There we go.
All right. So you received the mailer, and about 400 people, 300 people did also receive that. We sent out an email to the select board, the school committee, advisory committee, town meeting members. So they received my memo Friday. We also put it out on the town website. We also put it through the Notify Me, or what's the new vendor, for people who signed up on the town meeting listserv. So that was about 700 people. They got a notice with the link to the memo, so that describes the process. But what I wanted to share with you is just kind of the bullet point deadline. And the first deadline is this Friday to receive arguments. Advocates step forward and draft 150 words. You may say, oh my God, that's a quick turnaround, but hold on, we'll get to the bottom and you'll see why. But this is supposed to be a public process. So last time around, I shared publicly the drafts and as we evolve from the initial arguments to the final arguments that is put before you for approval. So Tuesday, after we receive the initial drafts, they'll be fact-checked, they'll be ensure that we received them, and I'll circulate the draft of the ballot information Tuesday, April 7th. This will give not only the advocates, but the public a chance to respond, and the advocates will then have till Thursday the 9th to amend their initial arguments to then get a final copy to you on Friday the 10th. Again, this is to you and the public. So then you can vote on it 2 weeks from tonight. And again, you may say, well, that's pretty fast. It is, but here's why. It's going to take town clerk staff 3 days, basically, 3 8-hour days to print, fold, stuff, seal, and put postage on a 30,000 piece mailer. They're going to do this after they do the vote by mail ballots, which will be 3 days previously. So that will be the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, finishing on the 15th, and ideally start this Thursday, the 16th, 17th, and then over the weekend. So the plan is to get this mailer out Monday, April 20th. That is a day the post office is open, but it is Patriots Day, which we'll have a marathon running through town, so it's not the best day, but it will be the first day that we'll have a chance to get this out. But that's only 15 days before Election Day. And it's only 5 days before we start in-person voting. But it would be very difficult to make that period even more, because again, you saw these quick deadlines. We're getting the arguments in just a couple days, and then basically put back before you for a vote the following week. So it'd be really hard to have more time for people to get this, and I wouldn't recommend stretching it out, because I do feel uncomfortable with all the problems that we've had with the mail, that we're only allowing 15 days to get these to people's homes before they vote. So these are the deadlines. Again, as Chaz said, we're looking for an advocate in opposition, but otherwise people feel free to give me a call or shoot me an email. We're getting them and we're responding, but if people want to send more, feel free.
Quick question. Brian.
Okay.
Can I ask Joe a question? Joe, thanks for the timeline. So it sounds like we're using town clerk personnel to print, fold stuff, put stickers, not the sticker, you know what I'm saying, postage, thank you, on the envelope. Why not use a mail house that can automate this entire process for us and, stick it in for first class mail?
Because that would cost money that we don't have. So yes, we could accelerate this, if we sent it to a mailing house, but we would need money for that, which we don't have.
Jazz, can we find money to use a mail house as opposed to bumping up against a deadline?
We are out of cash. I wish it were not the case, but we're gonna be, we just revised our healthcare projections. We're in a tough strait to close out this fiscal year. I think it's going to be very tight. So I don't foresee money for unexpected expenses like this, unfortunately.
Okay. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to the next item, which is the 8 p.m. warrant article public hearing. Oh, it's 9:25. Well, that's life in Brookline. Okay, first item is going to be Article 20, resolution to establish an official annual townwide commemoration of September 11, 2001. Typo in the agenda. and a memorial to all those from Brookline, Massachusetts who died on September 11, 2001. I see Elizabeth Childs is at the microphone. So, what say ye?
Thank you very much for opening up this, and I appreciate you for hearing about our article tonight, Article 20, which is a resolution about the 9/11 remembrance. I'm Elizabeth Childs, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 4, and I want to introduce our co-petitioners. We have Ariel Gruzman, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 5, and Jared Alexandrov, who is a Lawrence parent who just had to run home and put his son to bed, and an 18-year Brookline resident who was a senior at South High School in Worcester when 9/11 happened. We also have Nancy O'Connor, who's not able to be here tonight, who's a wife, mother, and daughter in a multi-generational firefighter family in Brookline, and one of the firefighters and their families who raised the money for the Manny Del Valle bench at Fire Station Number 5 on Babcock Street. These are the petitioners. So Article 20 builds on several prior efforts to remember 9/11 in Brookline. And I am very grateful to many of you personally, in particular to you, Chair Green, for all of your support in the past to create this event in Brookline. The resolution simply asks us to formalize this annual remembrance ceremony so that it is sustainable no matter who's doing the organizing of the citizen volunteers. And we modeled our resolution on the resolution that the MLK committee did after they had their informal citizen group and then became a formal committee so that it would have sustainability in town. The resolution asks the select board to appoint a committee for 2 roles. The first role is to do the legwork of coordinating the logistics of the annual ceremony. The second one is a time-related role, which is to identify and make recommendations to the select board about a physical marker in Brookline. And that part of the role for the committee would end once they made the recommendation to the select board. The article does not propose how that physical marker would be, where it would be, but it actually asks the committee to do that work. The importance of 9/11 cannot be overstated, particularly to our community. Brookline is one of the communities that lost more people on 9/11 than any other community, save New York City and Boston. In fact, we may be the community that lost the most out beyond New York City and Boston. These are citizens who are on their way to work, who committed acts of valor that day. In fact, the first person to die on 9/11 was a Brookline resident who lived not far from me, Daniel Lewin. And he heard and understood the people behind him speaking Arabic, and we believe that he tried to stop them from crashing the first plane into the North Tower. We also know that some of the first responders who died that day, and many who were ill, had Brookline connections. At least one of them died in the line of service, Manny Del Valle. We also know that the brother of Jack Dewan, who was a longtime Brookline firefighter, also died in the line of service that day. These are ordinary people doing their job, and people who had no idea that day when they went to work, they were never going to come home. So the committee as proposed is really a way of us in Brookline taking a moment to come together to remember what 9/11 meant to our country and what it meant in particular to Brookline. I think there's one note I want to just make as a practical note. There's a Scribner's error in the article, which states that the number of casualties was 2,997. It actually is 2,977. So that second 9 should be a 7. And the reason I raise this is because we can't change it in the warrant. But if the select board decides to move the article, I would want us to change it in that motion. If the AC decides to move it, I would have them change it. And if neither the AC or the select board move it and we have to move it on the floor, we will make that amendment at that time. But I didn't want there to be any inaccuracies in our article. That's actually all I have to add to say. I'm certainly happy to answer questions from all of you. And I just want to ask my fellow petitioners if there's anything else they need to add to that explanation. Jared, yes, please. Jared Alexandrov.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Some of you saw that I was here tonight with my 10-year-old son, who's a student at Lawrence, and I think part of this is really you're seeing the impact that 9/11's had being generation to generation, and we don't want the students that are coming up in Brookline to not have the appreciation for our first responders and what that meant to people of, that I was in high school, so a very clear day in my mind, but it's not something that's talked about on a daily basis like it once was. So we think it's really important for the new generation of Brookline students and residents coming up that there be a permanent remembrance to honor the victims of that day. Thank you.
Ariel, anything you want to add? Okay. I think that's all we have to say. We're happy to answer questions.
Okay, I have a couple of comments.
Yes.
First of all, in the third recital,
Sorry.
September 11 is not recognized as Patriots' Day, is it, or is that something I'm not aware of?
No, it is nationally recognized as Patriot Day.
Patriot Day.
Patriot Day.
Okay.
A National Day of Service and Remembrance, yes.
So it's just distinguished from our Patriot.
Exactly. It's ours is Patriots Day.
Secondly, I would recommend that in the first now therefore clause.
First whereas clause, okay.
No, now therefore clause.
Oh, in the first now therefore.
I
Okay,
forgot what
yep,
that's
yep.
called. This is the 250th anniversary of our revolution.
Yes.
So to say that this is one of the most important days in American history, I think, is probably not what you want to say.
Okay.
Okay, that's just my opinion.
Okay.
We have Pearl Harbor, we have a lot of, important days and maybe different phrasing there. The other thing that I would like to suggest is that it looks like, as I recall when I read this, it looks like the committee will recommend to the select board that we commission and, I guess, fund a memorial. Shouldn't that be a fundraising activity of the committee?
Well, I think it could be.
Yeah.
I think we don't presuppose that wouldn't be the case. I mean, I think the committee could make recommendations even around how those funds would be raised. Yes. And the committee we proposed would be appointed by the select board and have the committee we proposed had the 5 public members, a member designated by the fire chief, a member designated by the police chief, a member designated by the Brookline Historical Society, and a select board member, obviously. Yeah. Yeah.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Mike.
Yes.
So thank you very much for the presentation and for all the efforts you've put into this remembrance. I am interested in noting the fact that you brought up Pearl Harbor Day because when I was sort of thinking about the analogies in our history, that was the one that came to mind. And one of the reasons is that one of my uncles was actually born on December 7th, a couple of years later. So that day has always sort of stuck with me for that reason. But I'm just wondering, when I think about sort of what our current discussions are about that day now, some 80 some odd years later, I'm trying to think about what are your expectations of how this would evolve 80 some odd years after 2001.
Yeah. Well, I think we don't know what will happen, but I would hope that we would remember it. Just like, I think this is a generational thing too, that people of my era and my parents' era always remembered and stopped on Pearl Harbor Day. Mm-hmm. But our younger generation, in a way, 9/11 was really like their Pearl Harbor. And actually more people were killed on 9/11 than on Pearl Harbor. And in fact, it is the single greatest number of Americans killed by a foreign adversary in America in a day. And it's the largest terrorist attack in the history of the world. So it is a very significant day. And I think that I would hope that we would just take a pause to all come together and remember our humanity. And I hope that they do it 50 years from now, that somebody will stop and say, today is 9/11. We should remember those people. And I think we at least we do in our household on Pearl Harbor Day, but I don't know if that happens anywhere else, you know, and publicly. I don't know that we do anything like that in Brookline. I don't know that we do. So I hope I hope we would keep doing this at least. Yeah.
Paul.
Yep. Thank you for bringing this forward. Can you describe what it takes today to put this on? Who's doing the work? I know I see you there.
Yeah.
I see Bernard there.
Yeah.
But my sense is it seems to be cobbled together, bootstrapped.
It is. It's actually a wonderful effort. Bernard really deserves a lot of credit here because Susan Howards and I approached Bernard about doing something in Brookline on 9/11 because although there was the fireman's solemn ceremony, which they will have and always have, it's a very important day for them as well. We felt that it was really important for our community, like all the communities around us actually were doing things, and we were like not doing a citizen effort. But most of the people who died on that day were ordinary citizens like you and me who just got up and went to work, ended up being confronted with doing something incredible. And many of them died in the line of doing that. And so Bernard actually really led the push to make sure that we linked up with the fireman's solemn ceremony because we didn't want to compete with it. We really wanted to just, if anything, just augment it, but remember the citizens who also died that day besides the firefighters and the police officers who died that day. And so the most important thing we do on that day is to read the names of the people from Brookline who died on 9/11. And when David had to pinch hit, and he did a great job last year on 9/11, the most important thing you have to do, I remember saying to him, was to read the names. And so it really is trying to make sustainable an effort. I'm not thinking that those of us who've worked on it are happy to continue to work on it. We really don't mind doing the work, but we'd love to have it be on the town calendar. We'd love to have it be something that gets shared across town as like, this is 9/11, and we want you all to come by and take 30 minutes out of your morning and share with us what happened that day.
So, just to follow up, so just two quick points, one personal and then another, which to talk about the impact of this. I actually knew Daniel Lewin,
yeah.
And I knew another individual, Andrew Curry Green, who was sitting either directly behind Daniel or the next row.
Yeah.
And they did not know each other, but I knew both of them very well. Yeah. So it is a very moving time for me whenever the anniversary comes. Those are the folks I think of, as well as all the others. But if you think about something that impacted us, 9/11 dramatically changed our society, and not only the U.S. but globally.
Yes.
And to this day, I don't think we have to take our shoes off anymore, but you certainly have to take our belts off and go through scanners and all that. That's a direct result of what occurred on 9/11.
Yes.
The government's invasion of our privacy, frankly, and ability to monitor and we don't even know what they can do now as a result of 9/11.
Yeah.
And so its impact, even if we're not having a ceremony, is felt today.
Yeah.
In our daily lives, I think,
Yeah.
because of that. So I do think it's worthy of serious consideration to formalize the ceremony, and I really appreciate you bringing this forward.
Thank you. Yeah, I actually, in our petitioner's explanation, I listed some of those things that you're mentioning, Paul, that it changed us dramatically. It created the Department of Homeland Security. The bringing down of the Twin Towers was bringing down the international symbol of the United States economic power. The invasion of Afghanistan occurred on October 7th, 2001, as a direct result. And it made Americans realize that we were hated in places in the world and that we were vulnerable. And personally, there are still people, I treat some, who actually witnessed firsthand as children the tragedy and the death on that day. And they are continually haunted by those traumatic memories. So it is a very, very important day for many people. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. I think it's particularly important for us to have a memorial with the names of Brookline connected people. And that's an extremely powerful thing to do that succeeding generations can look at and think about and try to understand what happened and why it happened and our connection to that.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
any other discussion? This is a public hearing, so let's open up the public hearing. I see someone raising their hands.
Regina Frawley from South Brookline, and I attend, as some of you know, every one of these honorable and honoring occasions, including the Babcock Street. In 1976, I took a seminar at Harvard on Vietnam War, and there was myself, a Vietnam vet, and several young people collecting credits, I guess, for their degree. It was the year after the soldiers were taken out of Vietnam, evacuated, and we've never forgotten what that looked like. In that room, the children had zero. They were privileged children. They had zero connection. They probably didn't have anyone in their family that was served in Vietnam. They thought it was just a history course, and they were not very engaged. That stuck with me 1 year after the evacuation, and that's the indifference I saw in the children. And I'm not criticizing them. I'm saying that we fail them when we don't educate them. I feel that 9/11 is everything that Elizabeth has said and more. We have a generation of children whose families have not had the draft, have not served in the military, have in fact had very good lives. And we need to honor these occasions. They did have all the consequences that Elizabeth and others have mentioned. And I think it's really important as an education for the children to do this. I agree with the father enormously about that. We can't raise our children in bubbles as if nothing happens in life. We are hated. We probably more now than ever. We need to have the children be aware of what it is to serve. And the best part about this annual event at Babcock Street is this is not about the enemy. It has never been about the enemy. It has been about the heroes and the victims. And that's all they ever do is just honor the memory of Americans killed on their soil when they went to work one day, and the others who came to rescue, and so many of them have still got health issues if they haven't already died. So I hope this will be taken seriously, because I've seen that 1 year after the evacuation that there were a whole number of children who had no idea, young people who had no idea of the consequences of Vietnam. And if Santiana said, if you don't understand history, you will be condemned to repeat it. Thank you.
David.
So I also want to thank the petitioners for bringing this forward. I agree this is critically important and something that, I'm prepared to support it now. I'd also like the idea that Paul raised, and of course it was already in the language, as you pointed out, Elizabeth, on the penultimate page about the significant impacts that this date had. So it's, honoring those whose lives were lost is absolutely critical, but I also like the idea of coupling that with the broader cultural, global significance that it had on all of our lives, for those of us who are alive now and those who weren't alive yet at the time, to understand that what they are experiencing today in some respects was born as a part of the tragedy on that date. I'm curious to what extent you and the other petitioners researched what other communities do with this day. I do notice on the first page you mention several Boston area municipalities that have similar committees, and I presume that the New York City area has municipalities. Do they do anything different, or were you trying to model this after any community in particular?
We started with Newton, and Newton has a very elaborate, a big ceremony, and they have a physical marker. We're hoping to have some physical marker. It doesn't have to be like Newton's, but a physical marker, and they do their ceremony around that physical marker. And yes, we know the organizers in Newton, and got a lot of information. When we started bootstrapping, cobbling our little thing together, it was based on what they had done. And actually Boston does quite a commemoration as well because of how many people died from Boston. And New York always does something down at Ground Zero. And some of our family members have either come to Brookline or they've gone down to New York. So we've been in touch with several of the family members. One of the family members taped a really talking about her brother, Jerry Dewan, who died. And we've had members come to our ceremony here, and that's probably a little something more of our town. It's like we're a little more, we try to make it more about like the people and the families and make it a little more community oriented, I guess would be the way. That's probably the one difference. But there are many communities, all the communities around us have something formal for 9/11. We're the outlier, actually, in that. Yeah.
John.
Just a couple of things to mention. One is that Brookline has a way of, even in the absence of the officially sanctioned ceremony, which very appropriately this warrant article calls for, people rise up, and Elizabeth was one of them. Susan Howard was another of them. Our chair was another of them. And they create, out of nothing, an observance that is very heartfelt. I've been privileged to attend it many, many years, and it's always a special day. And I always feel, if anything, the only thing missing is more people. If we could just get more people.
Yeah.
One of the things that Elizabeth pointed out to me during the break is that, among other reasons to do this as an official committee and a function of the town, the ceremony that has been carried on for so many years now never got on the town calendar, which is too bad. I mean, and there's reasons for that, but one of the harder things to accomplish was simply to let people know we had this observance on September 11th. And we had people participating who had lost, people in their family on September 11th. And I'm just going to mention, because I always like to sort of make people aware of a wonderful poem that was written that captures what is so special about that day. Because there's going to be a tendency on the part of some people to think of it as a political thing. It isn't a political thing. It's all about discovering that we had within ourselves the capacity to be heroic, the capacity to be self-sacrificing. And the poem is called Survivors Found. It's by a poet by the name of Joan Murray. It got read over the air on NPR and became sort of celebrated. It expressed for a lot of people what September 11th meant to them, especially in the immediate aftermath. And it sort of resonates to this day. So if people want to read a poem that is very effective in that regard, Survivors Found by Joan Murray. It's excellent.
That's great. Thank you.
Okay. Paul said that we should vote.
I did not
Or
say
is
that.
it David? I'm sorry. Someone over here said that.
I'm ready to move it.
Or everyone
Sure.
want to do it? Okay. Any suggested edits? Let's see, what did I say? Well, I made some comments. Do with them what you want. Let's move. Why don't you move the question?
So just modifying to correct for the Scrivener's error.
Yeah.
Other than that, I move that the Select Board recommend favorable action on warrant Article 20.
Okay, all in favor, John Van Scoyac?
Aye.
Paul Warren?
I have one comment before I vote, Bernard. So with very few exceptions, I'm probably going to abstain on most articles because I'm moving into the legislature, town meeting. So for this one, though, I will be voting yes. But most articles, I may abstain.
Okay.
Just to let you know.
Okay. David Perlman?
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Next, we have actually two articles that we should talk about together, warrant Article 17 and warrant Article 25. And I assume that we have some petitioners online. I see Chi-Chi Wu and someone else. Okay.
Yeah, Chi-Chi Wu. I have we have PowerPoints for both of these warrant articles, and we were told we would get 10 minutes for each warrant article. Is that correct?
Were they told that?
It's 7 for warrant articles.
That was my mistake. It is 7.
Okay, I will try to keep warrant article 17 in 7. 25 may take a little bit longer.
Okay, since we said 10, why don't we give you 10 for 25, but 7
Okay.
for 17?
I will talk fast through 17.
Good. Make sure
And
we can understand.
I do have a PowerPoint, so I'm going to share my screen. Okay, Chi-Chi Wu, town meeting member, precinct 7, a petitioner on Article 17, one of 2 warrant articles this evening dealing with civil immigration enforcement activities. The other petitioners are Alec Lebowitz and Jessica Kiko, who will be talking about Article 25. Marissa Boat is here today, and then Amy Newell and Scott Ananian, who could not join us. This article, I don't need to belabor too much how difficult it has been to be both an immigrant or to just watch what's been happening with immigrants in this country. So just a little background, 1/3 of Brookline residents are immigrants. We have the highest percentage of foreign-born residents after Everett, according to the Brookline Community Foundation. I also don't need to belabor that we have seen some terrible atrocities by the Immigration and Customs Enforcement across the country. We witnessed surges in Chicago, Minneapolis, and Portland, Maine that have terrorized the populations, both immigrants, U.S. citizens. We've seen the murders of Alex Preddy and Renee Good. And here in Massachusetts, we have not had a surge, but we've seen numerous instances of unfair detainment by ICE, such as most notably the detainment of a Tufts PhD student for exercising her First Amendment rights. Lots of other Massachusetts residents detained, vast majority without criminal records. A Babson student who was detained contrary to court orders, teenagers detained, and that they've been detained in terrible facilities that are overcrowded and that have poor food and poor sanitary conditions, and also numerous children. And of course, we are all worried about a surge by ICE in the Boston area, given that blue cities tend to be a target of this administration. We are bringing this warrant article modeled on several other pieces of several other things that have been recently issued. Most notably, the Select Board issued a proclamation on February 10th, 2026 about no immigration enforcement on town property. Similarly, the governor issued an executive order regarding state-owned property, and Boston, Newton, Cambridge, Somerville, and Chelsea and Lynn have issued similar executive orders. So this particular warrant article is very similar to the proclamation that the Select Board issued on February 10th. And we very much appreciate that proclamation, as well as the other actions both the Select Board and the Police Department have taken with respect to not cooperating with ICE. So right now, the warrant article is 2 paragraphs. The first paragraph is very, very similar to the first paragraph of the proclamation. The biggest difference is we explicitly named the police station as a town facility that should not be used as a staging area or processing location for immigration activities without a judicial warrant. That's actually not a substantive change because the police station is just an example. It is, of course, by nature a town facility, so it was covered under your proclamation. The second the second paragraph, sorry, my PowerPoint's out, is also similar to the second paragraph of the proclamation. Now, this afternoon, we got an email from town council expressing concerns about the second sentence of the second paragraph. Even though it's the same text as was in the proclamation, for some reason, because it is going to be a warrant article, that seemed to cause some concerns. Town council did suggest some options for changing it, including making it closer to what Cambridge or Somerville has in their executive orders. So we have some potential language that we could tweak to the second sentence to try to address the concerns of town council. And then you might be thinking, well, why did you bring this as a bylaw when we already issued our proclamation? And this was triggered really because we watched the discussion of the proclamation, which, obviously very much supportive. And when it came to the discussion of how it would be enforced, we noted that one of the speakers said, well, we would enforce it by going to court to seek an injunction to enforce the ordinance. And the thought occurred, well, a proclamation really isn't an ordinance, but what is an ordinance? A bylaw is an ordinance, and a bylaw makes this more enforceable. It gives the force of a town ordinance. It makes it permanent within our bylaws. Also, one concern we got was, well, this codifies it. What if we want to change our minds? Well, first of all, I hope we never do change our minds, that our values will stay the same in terms of not cooperating with civil immigration enforcement. But if it does change, town meetings should have a say in that as the legislative body for Brookline, both in terms of making this permanent and if a reversal is sought. Finally, we did have a conversation with the police department. We had it after we submitted this as a warrant article. So this did not make it to the version that is in the warrant. The police department expressed some concerns about enforcement of this bylaw, and that they were concerned, that they didn't want police officers pressured into arresting ICE officers or getting into conflict with ICE officers, or having some sort of issue where a police officer was only aware of the bylaw and not the proclamation. They pointed to paragraph 3 of the proclamation as something very important, that the enforcement is reporting to the town administrator and seeking an injunction. And so we are willing, we are more than happy to add paragraph 3 to the warrant article, to the bylaw. We have consulted with the moderator, and the moderator said that this would be considered in scope. So we would be willing to move a motion that includes paragraph 3 and that changes the second sentence of the second paragraph per the text that I showed you earlier, and happy to answer any questions at this point.
Okay. By the way, the duty to intervene and report is part of the post law with respect to law enforcement officers. So there's some ambiguity as whether that covers a federal officer, but that language is in the post statute or regulations. Paul.
So this may be a question for town council if he's on. So is Joe on?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna wait to see his face.
Or hear his voice.
Or hear his voice. There he is. All right, he's popped up. So, Joe, I have a question about a statement that the petitioner made about the town administrator's ability to seek an injunction, or whatever the phrasing was, given that we either a proclamation, I thought we set a policy, but maybe it was a proclamation. Are we unable to enforce our policy because it's a policy or a proclamation versus a bylaw?
No, sorry, I was chewing potato chips. That's what took me a while to get my video
I hope they're French onions.
And now I'm choking on them because I was trying to eat them. But no, Joe Callahan, Town Council. you know, if this situation were to arise without the bylaw as opposed to just the policy, you know, I'd ask Chaz to send something in writing to whatever, you know, the officer in charge, you know, the special agent in charge, whoever, you know, is in charge, and we would enforce that. That would be a directive from the town. So it doesn't matter if it's a letter, it's an email, it's a policy, it's a, you know, something. It would be the feds would be using town property without our permission, and that's what we'd be seeking to enforce.
Thank you.
But it is true that a proclamation really is just the opinion of the select board. Doesn't really have much power beyond that. And the next select board could reverse it. So, you know, having a bylaw is a little more substantive than, or substantial than just a proclamation. John?
Thank you to the sponsors for bringing this warrant article. There's a lot to discuss here. I'm just wondering, because a lot of this is just going to take effect in situations in which the police have to make a decision about how to behave toward, you know, federal law enforcement that are on property in the town of Brookline, whether it be public or private property. If the select board have made a policy, and then if town meeting makes a policy, and town meeting's policy doesn't entirely square with the select board's policy, who are the police expected to answer to?
Well, the town meeting's policy is a law, bylaw, an ordinance.
All right.
Okay. So I mean, that would, I would think that would control.
I would also point out that, you know, we wrote the bylaw to be very similar to the proclamation so that it matches what you issued as the select board.
Right. Which, you know, kind of gets to my point in a different way. If they're the same, you know, I'm either they're different and there's a material difference, and then you got to get into all these questions of, you know, that I think our town council has raised as to whether we're suggesting that there can be some kind of interference in federal law enforcement that is not something that the police are comfortable doing in certain circumstances, or there's no difference. And I guess we could just go ahead and, you know, say we'll have it in a select board policy, and in a bylaw as well. I'm a little puzzled by the difference. I think there is a difference. Others can help me out with this, between a bylaw that governs all behaviors of all people in the town, or a policy that is in the hands of the select board in terms of their role vis-a-vis the police department. And that policy speaks to interactions between our police department and other police departments. And I'm a little bit confused about the extent to which a bylaw can trump a police department policy set by the select board, because the police department isn't just anybody; they're the police department.
Yeah. So I think we have to separate a couple things.
Yeah.
The proclamation is not a policy. What is a policy? Okay, so maybe someone can convince me that it is. The policy that's relevant is General Order 42 and General Order 51, which were policies executed by the select board to govern the police department. So what? Okay, so tell me why a proclamation is the same as a regulation.
So it's not the same as a general order. It's not the same as a regulation, but it's policy directive from the select board. And when you issue a policy directive, it's my job to implement that policy directive, regardless of the form that it takes. So by structuring it as a proclamation, because you are not in the habit of issuing executive orders, which is what other communities have done. And I don't necessarily know if, as a executive body as a whole, you want to get in the habit of issuing executive orders. I tend to think of that as something that's a little it's not necessarily congruent with what you as a select board tend to do. So coming up with a way to put together a public pronouncement of your policy guidance that we then implement, which we implement through, you're right, that there are elements of this that are reflected, or, that, some elements of the policy reflect back to the two relevant general orders, the orders about the reference to duty to intervene, which, as you pointed out, came up after post, and then the non-cooperation with, refusing to provide services related to civil immigration enforcement. It references those, but those are general orders that are more specific and directed to the police department. Your general policy guidance, however, is, it's my job to follow that, and so I implement that in accordance with your directives. So when you issue that, and it says in the last paragraph, the town administrator is directed to implement this. That's what I'm doing.
David?
I think the petitioner's point is that structurally, a bylaw, as long as it complies with state law, federal law, is going to supersede a policy of a subgroup within the municipality. So I think the idea is to formally codify our proclamation so that there is a basis for potential court action to enforce it. It's less clean enforcing a policy.
Paul?
Well, I guess I would just say that subgroup within the town governance is actually the police commissioners. And you have a bylaw going to override the police committee. I mean, we're the executive body for the town. We issued a policy, which is fully enforceable and being executed by the town administrator. Extrapolate this out, does town meeting start setting policy for the police with respect to how they enforce the roads or when they can pull people over? I guess they could do anything, but.
Right. I'm just talking about structurally. A bylaw is higher level. Now, whether we like that or not, it's another question. But I think the point is to have something that's uniform, that's at the municipal level, not a subcomponent below it.
Michael?
I mean, I have comments that are not related to this particular point, but to this particular point, and just as another example, Paul, I would raise the tree protection bylaw, which has a lot of specifics in terms of how it gets implemented. And because that was passed as a bylaw through town meeting, the way in which that bylaw is implemented by DPW is constrained to the specifications within that bylaw. So in my opinion, I don't think we as the executive have the power to say, oh no, that's not really the way we should implement it. We should do it a different way.
John?
So let me see if I can explain myself a little bit better. If the bylaw directed the select board to direct the police to do this, would the bylaw have the force of, trumping the role of the select board as police commissioners of the police to dictate, what policies the commissioners of police should be setting for the police department?
Joe, do you have any insight on that question?
So Joe Callahan, Town Council, a bylaw directing the select board to exercise its discretion in one way or another would be problematic. It would be you'd run into a problem of separation of powers. You are the executive. Town meeting is the legislative branch. So that would be more problematic than, say, how this bylaw is drafted.
Yeah, and that kind of gets to what's making me a little uncomfortable about this, is it feels like it's doing an end run around the role of the select board as the commissioners of the police in setting policies for the police department, especially in the area of the cooperation of the police department with other authorities, state authorities and federal authorities. Those can't be simply redrawn at the local level when in fact there's, very severe consequences for crossing lines in terms of cooperation between law enforcement agencies. I am led to understand.
Yeah.
So if I could point out where we're talking about the bylaw, which in its current form without paragraph 3 is simply setting forth what's a prohibited activity on town property. I'm wondering if you're referring to the resolution that we're going to talk about next.
Yes, if I may, I was just about to make that point. Thank you. So I don't see anything in this language that is demanding that any action be taken by the police. This is just describing what actions would be prohibited.
Good point. Michael.
To a couple of other points. The first is a drafting question. In the first paragraph, there's a reference to civil immigration enforcement, and subsequently in the same paragraph, there's a reference to federal civil immigration enforcement. And I'm just wondering if that difference was intentional or noteworthy in any way.
This is in the text of the bylaw itself.
Yes.
So as I said, we basically tried to copy paste as much of the proclamation as we could. So that is probably in the proclamation.
Okay. So I would recommend that you consider making those phrases consistent, even if they're not in the proclamation, because I'm not sure why they're different. That's number one. Number two, I have a concern not only in the second sentence, but in the first sentence of the second paragraph, in the sense that that sentence is an action on a group of people and not an action on a set of behaviors or actions by those people. And I'm a little concerned about the precedent of saying this is a group of people who aren't allowed in the non-public spaces of public buildings. In the extreme case, for example, a person might be considered a civil immigration enforcement official, for example, if they are a high up appointed official within DHS, not necessarily related to ICE, but they may have a civil immigration enforcement role. And by this language, would those people be banned from the non-public spaces of public buildings? Or would a civil immigration enforcement official who is not at that moment carrying out their duties as a civil immigration enforcement official be similarly banned from non-public spaces of public buildings? So just as a matter of precedence, I think if our concern is about preventing particular behaviors, then we should specify the behaviors as opposed to the individuals. The third point I'm wondering if you considered is that this bylaw is specifically focused on civil immigration enforcement. And I'm wondering if over time, one of two things is possible. One is that civil immigration enforcement will change its character in such a way that this bylaw would be inappropriate, or alternatively, there may be other actions by different federal agencies, enforcing a draft, for example, that we may, as a town, object to, or some other action of federal enforcement that we would want this to also apply to. And I'm wondering whether the language is either is too specific in that regard.
Do you
have any comments?
Well, with respect to that, the latter point, we were focused on immigration issues because that's what is currently the big issue in this country, and you know, in Massachusetts. And again, the idea was basically to take the proclamation and turn it into a bylaw. So we did try to hew as closely to the proclamation, thinking that since the select board did approve it, that it would be actually the least controversial step to simply codify it in the bylaws.
John?
And can I just briefly add, Alec Lebovitz, town meeting member, precinct 8, one of the co-petitioners. I think to the first point you in your question there, Michael, there is already an exception and kind of a safety valve built into this bylaw, which is these civil immigration enforcement officials are allowed in the non-public spaces if they have a judicial warrant. And so I think that provides some flexibility should the course of civil immigration enforcement return to, I think, a more normal or more appropriate application of federal law. We've seen, I think, with some exceptions, of course, that largely right now the unlawful and I'd say rogue actions of some of the enforcement agencies in the federal level have been held to account by the courts. So I think we see that the provision of a judicial warrant granted by the courts, provide some flexibility in the bylaw, and certainly should the tenor and effectiveness and appropriateness of civil immigration enforcement changes, that's also something a future town meeting could certainly revisit in amending or repealing this bylaw.
Okay, John, and then...
Well, a good question was asked, and I thank the sponsor for that, as to, am I confusing the article, the two articles that are in front of us? And yes, my comments, I think, apply most, directly to the proposed Article 25. But on the other hand, under Article 17, the bylaw to prohibit civil immigration enforcement activities on town facilities, who do we think is going to enforce that? I mean, it's going to be police. It's going to be our local police. It's a town bylaw to be enforced, I presume, by town police department. And so the bylaw effectively puts the town police department in the position of having to take on ICE and forcibly remove them from town facilities. And that was never the intent of the Select Board's proclamation. We've dealt mainly with issues of cooperation. And, we want to very clearly state those actions by ICE that our police department will not engage in jointly or cooperate with. But I don't think it was ever the intention of anything that we adopted that we would set our police department at odds with ICE if they are, if they are present on town facilities in ways that federal law enforcement is actually permitted to engage, to be present at.
David?
So,
just getting back to the previous point. So I agree with Michael. I don't think it's sufficient that because an immigration enforcement official could secure a warrant, therefore it's okay to have this prohibition, because it's not that we are necessarily against an entire class of people from being in a non-public space of a public building. It's what that person would actually do while there. And I do appreciate that the petitioners were basically modeling this off of our proclamation. So I think this is actually a deficiency that was on our end that we didn't catch at the time. And we perhaps may want to reconsider our proclamation. But it's still a valid point, even if it's coming up now as opposed to before when we passed the proclamation. I do feel that the second sentence in paragraph 2 is addressing the actual concern here. And the second sentence, going back to Michael's points, focuses more on the behavior or the conduct that we want to see occurring in these spaces. So I'm not sure that we necessarily need the first sentence. And again, this isn't a criticism of the petitioners. This was, I think, a mistake that we made in the proclamation as well.
May I address John's point regarding the enforcement by police? So during my presentation, I did point out, we met with the police department. They raised that concern, and they raised that we had not adopted the third paragraph of your proclamation. We are willing to include that in the warrant article, and we have talked to the moderator about that, and he said that would be within scope. So we specifically are cognizant of that concern. Also, I would note that this particular bylaw would be in the section of the bylaws, Part 6, that deal with prohibited activities on town property. So, for example, it's where the bylaws talk about no alcohol on town property, which the police do enforce that, but it may not necessarily be arresting anyone. It might be just a fine, or it may just be a verbal warning. So, it isn't the part of the bylaws that deals with what is prohibited and not allowed on town property in general. So it kind of fits there.
That's a good point.
Okay, Paul?
Yep, thanks for clarifying that, Chichi. There may be just a little bit of a difference between a police officer enforcing not having alcohol at Amory Park and them having a confrontation with another, entity a federal entity that believes that they have jurisdiction. You could see where it could be problematic. But I do want to go back to, I want to make sure I understand the issue that Michael brought up, and I think David reinforced, but I'm not sure. The first sentence of the second paragraph, non-public spaces of public buildings shall be off limits to civil immigration enforcement officials in the absence of a judicial warrant. This could be read that if there is a member of the Brookline public, maybe they're a resident and they happen to be a civil immigration enforcement official, they would be barred from going into the police station by this wording. Because it's, as Michael said, it's identifying an individual or a group versus the actual activity. Above, you're talking about the actions in the first paragraph. In the second paragraph, you're actually identifying a people group. And I think that would need to be cleaned up a bit. So it's about the action, so that if someone is a civil immigration official and they live in Brookline and they need to go pay their taxes, or they need to go do something to challenge a ticket at the police station, they're not chased off the property because they have
A particular
a
role.
particular role, right?
I will just note, though, that it's non-public spaces, right? Like, you can go pay your taxes. Like, that's a public space of a public building. It's, you can't come behind the counter, which is true of anybody. But, again, it's just, this language, when you adopted it, was designed for non-public spaces. And is designed to make very clear that you can't, we don't want to have situations like what has been reported, which is people, walking behind the counter here in the 6th floor and saying, I'm with the U.S. government, you have to do what I say, without a warrant. If they want to go back there, they need a judicial warrant to do it. That's what that language is about.
But wouldn't that be true of any individual, regardless of their role?
Yes. Again, this is why we're talking about why from a policy perspective, a lot of this is reinforcing reinforcing and codifying restrictions that already existed. Because a lot of this is about, making sure the public feels confident that we have the tools available to us to the extent possible, given the limits that we have under the Supremacy Clause of the Constitution, to do what we can to resist unlawful activity in town buildings and on town property. So yes, a lot of this, to Bernard's point, references back to things that are already true, but recodifies them in a different way so that people understand clearly what can and can't happen in a public building and on public property.
So Chaz, I think there's an easy fix to this. If we just listen to what the issue is, I don't think it's that complicated.
Yeah.
The activities that are in the paragraph above would just need to be brought down to the paragraph below in the non-public spaces. So above, it's any town facility, right? Can't be used. And then below, it's essentially saying the same thing. It's just saying non-public spaces, right?
No, because paragraph 1 is about staging. It's about using these things for a specific purpose. Whereas paragraph 2 is more broadly about access generally. So you can't just, dragging that down and saying, you can't use non-public spaces of town buildings for staging. Well, yes, that's true, but that's not what this is designed to counteract. It's designed to counteract people people flashing a badge and saying, I'm allowed to be back here, when in fact they don't have a warrant to be back there.
But as Michael said, that's anybody. I mean, that the
It's not
public,
anybody, because.
the public just can't walk behind the counter at the town clerk's office and say, I'm in here.
That's right.
The second paragraph says, non-public spaces of public buildings shall be off limits to civil immigration enforcement
Officials.
officials.
Well, if you stopped at enforcement, you might be okay.
Yeah.
When you add officials, you're actually talking about a person as opposed to an activity. So maybe you just get rid of officials, and that solves the issue.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I
I'm
don't-
not sure. I would want to wordsmith this.
Yeah, but I agree with your feedback. You've raised a good point.
Yeah. I mean, there are other ways to solve this too, I'm sure.
Okay, where are we?
Public hearing?
Yeah, right.
Okay, let's go to the public hearing.
Jessica has her hand raised, or had her hand raised.
Who?
Jessica.
Okay.
Yes, good evening, Jessica Kiko, co-petitioner. I was actually going to address that last point and see if I could suggest some phrasing that might address that particular issue. And so wanted to know whether if we rephrased it to non-public spaces of public buildings shall be off limits to anyone carrying out civil immigration enforcement in the absence of judicial warrant or court order authorizing their presence therein. I feel like that language would address what has, I think, been correctly identified as the potential unintended issue with the current language.
It sounds like
I
you're
think
talking
that
about the
works.
activity.
Pardon me?
She's limiting it to the activity and not the individual.
Correct.
Okay, you should make that amendment when this comes to us next time.
Yeah.
Any other public comments?
Yeah, and members of the public can always use the hand raise feature on Zoom if they want to make a public comment. Not seeing any. 20.
Okay, let's close the hearing. And I don't think, of course, we're not ready to take this up right now, but I think Jessica's proposal, a proposed amendment probably makes sense when it comes back next time
Right.
to the select board.
And Bernard, when it comes back, if I may, it might be helpful to hear from the chief.
Yes.
Yes.
I would say, so Paul Campbell, the superintendent, is online. Thank you, Paul. The chief is unfortunately away. She
Okay.
did ask to have the opportunity to speak. I mean, on this one, we've worked together on this, with town council's office to address those concerns, and we're grateful to the petitioners for their involvement there. I think really where the chief wants to be heard and have the opportunity to speak is on Article 25, I'm sorry, Article,
25.
sorry, Article 21.
Oh, what's that?
The resolution involving I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm reading.
25.
25 is no cooperation with ICE. It's,
But it has a lot of things that I'm sure the police are interested in talking about.
it was one that was actually pulled, I'm sorry, it was the one about the brick.
Okay.
Before we leave this one, I just have a question.
Oh, yes,
Sure.
so that is Article 25. So
Yeah.
yes, the chief did want to have the opportunity to speak on that and to potentially have someone from the brick come in and have a conversation about that.
Okay. Michael?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask the petitioners what their current status is on the second sentence in the second paragraph that the town council flagged.
Yes, we are willing to modify that sentence. I put it in the PowerPoint so one of the options that town council had suggested is to modify the language to be closer to that of Cambridge and Somerville. So the way that would be modified for Brookline would be that the town reaffirms its position that public buildings are available to provide specific services to members of the public and to conduct town operations and are to be accessed for those purposes only. So that's similar to the language from Cambridge and Somerville.
Okay.
And I can try to, you can't see the chat, right? I
Yeah,
posted in the chat.
Well, okay, so we,
The reason I ask is, you know, I'm a little concerned that by referencing specific services, it begs the question, okay, so is there an enumeration, or what are those specific services, so that the bylaw is clear? And if something falls out of that set of services, that sentence is very restrictive, and you know, again, could be interpreted that to exclude something that we do not want to so exclude.
So the language about access to specific services was also in the proclamation. So
I appreciate that problem.
We need a bylaw to improve our proclamation language.
Well,
Draft
I mean,
capability.
bylaws in my mind have more weight and deserve this close scrutiny, which they are getting.
You're raising a good point, Mike.
okay, so the hearing's still open, and I understand that Marty Rosenthal is trying to get in.
He's
Are you able to
here.
help him?
Marty, can you just unmute yourself?
You can hit *6 on your phone.
So,
Oh,
There he
am I
is.
here?
Yes. Speak
Well,
louder, Marty.
I'm sorry?
Speak more loudly.
Should I try off speakerphone? Is this better?
Yeah, just speak up.
All right. Well, anyway, I've been trying for an hour and with a problem. So it's Marty Rosenthal. I'm a town meeting member 9, Precinct 9, former select board member and chair and co-chair of PACS. The travesties that have gone on in Minneapolis have just been so overwhelming to me. They've brought up memories of things like the Kent State murders, the Napalm Girl in Vietnam, George Floyd, Eric Garner. So I really am appreciative of what the board has done February 10th and what the petitioners have done. However, I do have some problems and questions, especially on number 17. So I can't talk much about 25 because of the time limit. And the one thing I want to say, I want to add some things to 25, which the moderator said, if I can get the agreement of the petitioners, which I hope I will, I'll bring up later. But the main one on that would be to get clarification that the state law that requires someone under arrest to get a phone call within an hour is not limited to anything to state and local police. So I think that ought to apply to ICE. That's a whole separate set of issues probably for the resolution. Okay, so Article 17, half addresses my concerns on February 10th, which I sent in one of my classic magnum opuses, that it tries to be binding, but I don't, and it is more binding than the proclamation, but it's complex, risky, and I think dangerous. And the reason I think it's dangerous is that bylaws get reviewed by the Attorney General. And I think this one has a lot of legal issues, some of which you've highlighted. I've been watching the meeting even while I tried to get in. I think the Attorney General, there's going to be qualms, and that could raise problems for all the executive orders because the same legal issues are in many of them. So let me just try to go through a few of them. I sent yesterday to the board the wonderful Vera article from about ice-free zones, and I tried to reach one of the petitioners today to send it to them, and I'll do so after the meeting. The biggest gorilla to me is that nobody's mentioned that creating a bylaw creates a misdemeanor. So it's a crime, and it has extra hurdles to pass with the AG's office, like clarity, constitutionality, and not being state preempted. Basically, it creates pretty much a trespass offense, doesn't call it that, But there is a law on trespass on municipal property. It's very limited, and I don't see how this could avoid being preempted by that limited state law. And maybe that it needs to be a better state law, but that's one of the things for the resolution, I think, is some things that are needed at the State House. So a couple of issues that I just want to highlight. I don't have much time, but some of these, there's a void for vagueness principle that governs criminal offenses. I don't think there is no definition that I see for facilities, and the main prohibition for the facilities paragraph talks about public property, but why aren't streets and sidewalks considered banned? And ICE has waited outside the police station to grab people who've been arrested and bailed. Can we really ban that? I wish we could, but they're using public property, and I don't see how this, basically narrows and avoids that. And so basically, they're doing a misdemeanor to do that arrest. And the issue of police intervention is a very complicated issue. And I think that Bernard mentioned the duty to intervene, which, is not mentioned in this, and I suppose that's a separate issue. But so let me get to the part two of the binding bylaw, because I agree with town council that part one looks okay, but not for the reasons they say. And I also agree that part two is very risky. I heard some talk tonight about amending it, and
Marty,
everyone
your
needs
time
to
is
see
up.
it. Well,
But we got your points.
Yeah. Thanks, Marty. Can we have maybe town council? It's an interesting point that he makes, that is there some issue that the Attorney General, we wouldn't find out until we passed it and then send it to the Attorney General, but is there some risk of impacting these other executive orders that have been passed?
Yes, we've been frank on this for a while now, which is the community has wanted us to be proactive in this. We want to be proactive. We want to make it stick as best we can. But the reality of the situation is, this is not easy to do. You're dealing with a system that inherently favors the federal government. They hold all the cards. Anything that they argue is, they're going to argue all of this is barred under the Supremacy Clause, that all of this is preempted under federal law, that we can't say anything about immigration enforcement at all. And any attempt to do so is automatically unlawful. That's going to be their position. That's going to be the federal government's position. And the state AG may take that as a jumping off point and say, you can't do this, you can't do that. Which is why I think it's important for us to workshop this as best we can to get it to a point where we think it stands up to the best scrutiny. But we have to be, the other thing that we talked about when this proclamation first went out is setting setting expectations accordingly on what can and can't be done. We can't arrest ICE agents. Like, that's just not possible.
Can I ask another question? Sure. So you raised maybe the legality of it. Are we the first to propose a bylaw that would essentially, as Marty says, be trespassing or some other misdemeanor? And do we become the test case for the federal government to go challenge this?
I don't know the answer to that. We'll take a look. I will say all of these things passed initially as executive orders, right? I don't believe, for example, that the Cambridge City Council has taken this up yet, or any of the other communities, city councils or town, boards have taken this up. We're the last town, classic town in the metro area. So, not in the metro area. We're the last classic town. Take it back. That's
of our size.
That's right, of our size. Yeah. But we've got to. So I don't know the answer to that. We'll take a look into it, but I don't believe so. I think maybe Somerville has, but I'll do some digging.
And isn't there a state law
There's a state executive order.
Yeah,
Which
governor's
is some of this
Yeah.
language is modeled after the governor's executive.
But the AG doesn't review executive orders of
No.
cities, only bylaws of
Yeah,
towns.
but it's some precedent, the AG would look at it, I would think.
I think in all these cases, we're in uncharted territory here. We have not had a situation in recent memory where the federal government has been so actively hostile. I think you have to go back to I was going to say, not to be hyperbolic about it, but you got to go back to the Fugitive Slave Act. That's really the last time.
We're going to move
Okay.
to the next article?
Yeah, let's go on to the next article. As Chad said, Chief Pastor wants to bring in someone from Brick to answer some of the questions that are raised in this article. So we'll have the hearing, but continue it into another meeting so that we can have a hearing with that, with them here.
So they're not here tonight?
No,
They're not here tonight, okay.
it's Paul.
Yeah.
So, Gigi, who's going to talk about warrant Article 25?
That would be me, Bernard, and I'm going to start things off, and then I'm going to hand them over to my co-petitioner, Jessica Kiko. Can everyone see the slides?
Yes.
Excellent. So good evening, everyone. Alec Lebovitz, town meeting member, Precinct 8, and member of the advisory committee, speaking here on behalf of myself and the other co-petitioners of warrant Article 25. Warrant Article 25 is a companion article to 17, where the approach in 17 was essentially identify what we can do locally, we think by bylaw. Warrant Article 25 takes a broader view of additional policy changes that we believe would strengthen Brookline and the state's commitment to no cooperation with ICE, which unfortunately in the uncharted territory we are in, we feel must be a policy priority for the town, given the rogue direction the agency has gone in and the loss of human life that they've inflicted without need or cause. So I'll briefly cover some of the resolutions provisions that are specifically directed at state officials, and then I'll pass it over to Jessica, who's going to talk more about the local-facing provisions of the resolution. On the state side, there's three main requests included in the resolution, or provisions, I should say. One is a condemnation of the actions taken by the Trump administration and federal officials in their targeting, in the conducting of federal immigration enforcement, of targeted enforcement based on perceived race, ethnicity, language, or political preferences of residents in the country. This is something that's been unfortunately very well documented in legal filings from the Trump administration, and seems to be a commitment of their immigration program. We find that completely reprehensible and unconstitutional, and certainly not in keeping with the values of Brookline or the United States. Focused at the Healy administration, this resolution requests that the state exit the sole remaining 287G agreement held by a New England state, which is held by the state's Department of Corrections. This is the official cooperation agreement provided under by federal law by which state entities can formally cooperate with ICE's activities. In this case, Department of Corrections officially participating in federal immigration enforcement. Again, given the fact that death and injury in ICE captivity has risen precipitously, and their behavior in the pursuit of the Trump administration's goals on immigration, we just feel this is something that the state can no longer countenance, and can no longer in good conscience provide transfer of anyone to ICE custody for fear of their personal safety and violation of their rights. And finally, we also make a request of the state legislature, which is we call on them, and particularly Brookline's delegation, to advance legislation substantively similar to your General Order 43 that seeks to prevent or prohibit any cooperation and further cooperation between both state and local law enforcement and federal immigration. And with that, I'll hand it over to Jessica to talk about some of the local facing provisions.
Thank you, Alec. Thank you, everyone. Jessica Kiko, once again, I'm the chair of the Immigrant Advancement Committee of the CDICR, where I've served since 2018. My day job is as an immigration lawyer and director of training at the Massachusetts Immigrant and Refugee Advocacy Coalition, MIRA, though I'm here in my personal capacity, 14-year Brookline resident, parent of Runkle and BHS kids. So in addition to what was just presented, the resolution calls on the town to apply General Order 51 for peaceful demonstrations and legal observers to ICE actions and to investigate excessive use of force by federal officials under General Order 50, to withdraw from the Boston Regional Information Center, or BRIC, to stop sending fingerprints to the FBI for misdemeanors and for minors, and to stop applying for grants under the Urban Area Security Initiative, or VOICE program. And I'm gonna say a little bit more about each. Next slide. So when we spoke with our police department just last week, including Chief Pastor and Superintendent Campbell, who's here tonight, they highlighted for us the value of the shared resources that Brookline has access to through the BRIC. But the BRIC is not just about sharing resources. It's been well documented that the BRIC includes massive surveillance efforts, including surveillance of lawful political activity protected by the First Amendment. And we know that the BRIC, which was originally created as an anti-terrorism tool, has really drifted from that mission and collects information on everyday people who are not suspected of any criminal activity through all sorts of surveillance tools, license plate readers, et cetera. We know that the BRIC has monitored social media of Occupy Boston activists, Black Lives Matter activists, Muslims. We also know that the BRIC disproportionately collects and stores information on Black, Latina, and Muslim communities. So much so that nearly 98% of the people in the database, in the gang database that is maintained by the BRIC, are people of color. So to the extent that the BRIC facilitates information sharing among law enforcement agencies, we are confident that Brookline has all sorts of collaborative relationships with our neighboring cities and towns, well beyond the handful of cities and towns that belong to the BRIC, and that any kind of needed information sharing can and does still happen outside of the program. But most importantly, we know that information shared through the BRIC can and has been used by immigration, by the Department of Homeland Security, an agency that I think we can all agree, right now at least, is marked by lawless, unconstitutional, and violent behavior. And in fact, there's a DHS agent that is located within the BRIC. And we know that this information sharing has led to deportation. That's been shown. Now, town policies and stated values are that we're not going to use town resources to facilitate civil immigration enforcement, but staying in the BRIC does just that. The second aspect of the resolution I wanted to speak to calls for limiting the sharing of fingerprints with the federal government. We know that immigration civil arrests can happen after an individual is fingerprinted by the local police, and that's regardless of whether that person is ultimately charged or whether that person is ultimately found guilty. And those prints are currently automatically shared with the federal government, including immigration. In fact, most, if not all, of immigration arrests that have taken place in Brookline in the past year have happened as a result of this fingerprint sharing. So though we have policies that are meant to ensure Brookline Police doesn't assist civil immigration enforcement, sharing fingerprints in that way does just that. And so because we can't control how fingerprints are shared among federal agencies, once they're passed on to federal agencies, what we can control is when we share them. And so limiting the sharing of prints for children and for those with lower level offenses would not only ensure that we're acting in accordance with their values, but would also allow due process in criminal proceedings. If someone who's arrested on a criminal charge is then whisked away by ICE, the criminal case remains open. That person is not given an opportunity to defend themselves. That victim is not given an opportunity for a resolution in that case. And finally, it would help to avoid disproportionate consequences, right? Someone may be arrested by the police, may even be found guilty or, receive a sentence or probation, but a non-citizen charged with the same offense would instead find themselves in the hands of ICE and facing deportation. And I've seen this play out time and time again in my work, including in a case that I was working with today, and countless families torn apart as a result of that disparate outcome. And then the last topic we wanted to address this evening is the UAC funding, which I know that the select board discussed not too long ago. Among other things, UAC funding supports our participation in the BRIC, but it's not the only thing that it does. And specifically, I wanted to point out that the federal fiscal year 2025 Notice of Funding Opportunity, the NOFO, put out by the federal government for these grants, requires recipients to spend 30% of the funds that are received on what they identify as national priority areas. And the boxes that you see here, I apologize, I'm not sure why they're showing up black with white print, hope they're not too hard to read, are screenshots, screen grabs directly from the NOFO. And that includes a minimum spend requirement for all recipients on what they call supporting border crisis response and enforcement. And the types of activities that the NOFO lists as examples of this are types of activities that we've already said as a town we're not going to do, right? Participation in 287G agreements, cooperation with detainers, support of enforcement of immigration law. Now, in the proclamation that we've been discussing for some time this evening, the select board stated, and I quote, "The town of Brookline does not aid, abet, or participate in any way in civil immigration enforcement." And so it's clear that we can't apply for and receive funding that has these types of strings attached. So I will end there. Thank you very much. Look forward to the questions.
Any questions before we go to public hearing?
I do just want to note, Chief Sullivan is online. Chief Sullivan administers our relationship with the consortium on UASI. I will let him speak to some of the issues here, but I will just note that there's been an injunction that waives that requirement that we spend some of that money on immigration enforcement, and so that's a positive development for us. And under those circumstances, UASI remains an extremely critical source of funding, especially given the funding crisis that we're currently in. I think it would be, it would be extremely difficult for us to operate without those funds, given the current economic conditions that we're in. But I'd let Chief Sullivan speak on that matter.
Chief Sullivan, where are you? There you are.
Good evening, John Sullivan, Fire Chief and Emergency Management Director, and also the jurisdictional point of contact for the UASI Metropolitan Homeland Security Region. Yes, to Chaz's point, when the NOFO came out for the fiscal 25 grant, and we parsed through all of the conditions, I was actually the one that brought this issue up before all the JPOCs at that meeting. We reached out through EOPS, the Executive Office of Public Safety, which administers the grant for the state, and looked for clarification on how that was going to affect us. And that it was made clear that not only Brookline, but many of the jurisdictions within the MBHSR have substantial conflicts with the requirements that were just noted by the petitioners. That was put to EOPS, which was then put to FEMA. And as Chaz just pointed out, the injunction was put forth in when we were just given just last week the go ahead from EOPS to be able to then make allocations and submit our final bid, if you will, for the grant. I would just say that it was made clear the position of Brookline and many other communities with regard to these provisions, and that it would be a non-starter for us. I think this petition at this point goes goes against us in terms of our ability to continue to receive those grants without those provisions. The way that I read it, it requires us to withdraw from UASI. And as Chaz just pointed out, there has been hundreds of thousands of dollars over the years to not only the police department, the fire department, the health department, the IT department for cybersecurity initiatives. The UASI pays for a number of the cybersecurity initiatives for that. Also pays for some wonderful programs that we've had throughout the years in Brookline, like the EP Buddies program and the Tech Buddies program, which benefited our seniors during COVID and allowed them to get access to email addresses and technologies that they would never have had otherwise, and training through the grant. It provides us with a myriad of things that go nowhere near any of the petitioners' problematic areas. And so I would just caution that, we'd be throwing the baby out with the bathwater. There's I think a better way for us to address the concerns of the petitioners and uphold what we know as the representatives of this town at this level of government, what the feelings of the town are and what this community represents. I'm just concerned that the way this is put forth, that it doesn't give us an ability to move forward and try to work within the system while continuing to uphold the values and the wishes of the greater community. So I would caution that it's not well thought through, that particular piece of this. I can't address the other things about the brick. Paul Campbell is here to be able to do that. But this piece about the UASI funding, it does give me pause, and I would ask that we consider removing that piece from this resolution if it was to go forward.
Okay, I see Alex Leibowitz is, excuse me, has his hand up.
Yeah, thanks so much, Bernard. I just wanted to respond briefly to Chief Sullivan, and first off, thank him for his many years representing Brookline in this consortium. And I think from our perspective, this is part of what is so unfortunate and I'd say insidious about the federal government's actions in trying to attach this kind of conditioning to UASI funding, is they are trying to compel communities like Brookline, whose values hold what they are doing anathema, to participate in their political program, essentially. And the implicit threat in that is they will defund our public safety agencies if we don't do that. And I think, we've been forced into an extremely difficult and unfortunate position because of these actions taken by DHS. I think the intent here, and speaking for myself, I'll need to conference with my co-petitioners before we make any amendments, but the intent here is not to be in any way fiscally punitive to the town, or certainly the fire department or the police department. The intent here is we want to ensure that where Brookline has made both now, we think, a legal and moral commitment not to supporting these immigration activities, that we don't participate in federal funding activities where that kind of participation is required. So it's great to hear that the injunction has been issued. I, for instance, would be willing to maybe entertain an amendment that says we don't apply for this funding should that requirement take effect. That I hope might address this concern, whereas if there is no actual federal requirement that we've described that is in legal effect, then perhaps the town should still consider pursuing those funding options. I see my co-petitioner wants to add something.
First, John.
I just want to raise a question of our procedure going forward. My understanding is we're going to continue this next week,
Correct.
this article, It is now 2 minutes of 11 o'clock. There are several other items on our agenda for tonight. I, for one, would very much appreciate a decision by the board at this point as to moving on to another item, since we're going to continue this one next week anyway, and maybe even, trimming down the remaining items that we're about to discuss.
That sounds like a good idea to me.
And the continuation would be, we'd hear from somebody from the brick.
Yeah,
And
continuation in order, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be really helpful.
So we have not yet opened the public hearing, right? And are you proposing that we continue this discussion before we open the public hearing, or just open the public hearing and then immediately continue it?
Why don't we open the public hearing, close it, or continue it to the next meeting?
Adjourn it to next week, yeah.
Adjourn it to the next week, and then go on to another item on the agenda. Okay.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, let's open the public hearing. And I see a hand up. Who's that? Oh, Jessica.
Yes, this wasn't so much as part of public hearing as following up on Alex's comments, but if I can make them now, I'll go ahead. I just wanted to point out two other things in response to what was just shared. One is, I am happy that there's currently an injunction, and that's great news. And we're seeing a lot of injunctions being granted upon initial filing of litigation and then later be overturned. And so, though, the fact that there's an injunction creates, a sense of relief in the moment, I don't think it necessarily addresses the longer term concerns. And then the other thing that I just wanted to point out, and maybe this is something that we can continue a discussion of when we discuss this warrant article again next week, and Chief Sullivan can provide more information perhaps around this, is to the extent that receiving WACI grants would require Brookline's ongoing participation in the BRIC, then we would raise the similar objections that we have raised in that context as well.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from the public? I see none on the screen here. Okay, so let's adjourn this hearing until next week, and let's move on to our next item. Thank you, Chi, Jessica, Alec, and whoever else is on.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so
Thank
Melissa.
you.
Okay, where are we?
Article 21.
Yep, this hopefully should be quick.
Okay.
21 is the Medicare for All resolution.
Why is that
In the
good?
board's packet, there's a revised version.
We had the public
There's a re-
hearing.
Yeah,
This is our second
I
meeting.
know that.
Yeah.
Yes, so the update since your public hearing is that the petitioner has revised the article. That revised version is in your packet. The advisory committee is actually taking that up tomorrow night, so I don't have any other version besides the revised version, and that has been approved by the moderator.
Okay, so.
I think we should,
Well, why don't we put this off until next week, too?
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
Okay, moving right along. Article 7, establish an override stabilization fund. We already had the hearing, we know what this is about. We passed or approved an override that would make use of this with respect to the town funds.
Yep.
So I move I move favorable action on Article 21, Article 7, to establish an override stabilization fund. All in favor, John Van Scoyac?
Aye.
Paul Warren?
Aye.
David Perlman?
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, what do we have next?
Update on Chestnut Hill West.
MOA.
Okay, go. You
So-
had the
so,
floor, Michael.
yeah, thank you. And so I asked that this be put on the agenda on Thursday, not knowing necessarily where we would be at this point. So the thing that I want to report to the rest of the select board is that I have been engaged in negotiations ongoing since Janice Kahn made her proposals at the EDAB meeting, which is now 15 days ago, I believe, in order to bridge the differences between the town meeting members in precincts 14 and 15, along with neighbors in precinct 15 on the one hand, and City Realty on the other hand, to come to an agreement for a set of proposals, proposed amendments that would earn the support of the town meeting members in precincts 14 and 15 that were on the community advisory group, and then by extension, other town meeting members in those precincts. So that has been my objective. When Janice Kahn, who has been engaged in the direct conversations with me on behalf of the other community advisory group town meeting members, put forth a set of 5 issues. 2 of them related to the intersection of height and commercial percentage. That's 2 of them. And the other 3, one was related to a proposed sunset provision, and 2 were related to tree canopy requirements. Of those 5, the 2 related to the tree canopy requirements have been resolved. There are languages that are proposed. The sunset requirement has been replaced by an incentive that is proposed to be added to the memorandum of agreement. That revised memorandum of agreement, which was drafted by Jonathan Simpson, is in our packet for today for your review and consideration. And as far as the other issues, those issues are still under negotiation between the parties. And the parties are continuing to bring ideas forward, are negotiating in good faith. And I am hopeful that we can reach resolution, but we are at this point not there yet. With regard to the issue of having both 12A and 12B, I did reach out to the moderator and have reached out to the moderator a couple of times about the question of scope. All of the proposals that Janice had originally made were drafted by Jonathan Simpson into modification amendments to the zoning, which we passed to the moderator for his preliminary ruling on scope, and he ruled for various reasons, which he provided explanations for, that they were all within scope. So at this point, given the deadline that was provided, I think, by Melissa, that today would be the last day that it would be possible for us to have a second special town meeting, I thought it prudent to put both items on the agenda so that if the select board decided that we wanted to move forward with a second special town meeting with any subset of changes, that we had the opportunity to do so. But at this point, I don't have a proposal for that because we are continuing to work on the negotiations.
Okay.
And I'm ready to take questions or feedback.
Okay, so you're not proposing any votes?
I am not at this point proposing any votes. This is strictly an update and discussion.
Yeah, I
So,
see.
thanks, Michael. You went fast.
I did, it's late.
So 12A and 12B, was that?
So the difference between 12A and 12B is that 12A is a proposal for amendments
Yeah.
to the existing special town meeting, which the moderator has ruled would be allowed for the amendments that are under discussion.
12A references, is that in the, is that the agenda item? or-
12A, yes, 12A is the agenda
I
item,
had
and 12.
4s in my head, and then suddenly I was looking at
Yes,
the
yes,
MOA for, okay.
yes.
So this
12A
an
is the agenda item, 12A is amendments. Agenda item 12B is the question of calling a second special town meeting, which we would need to do if we wanted to make changes that were not within scope.
Okay.
However, at this point, all of the changes that are under consideration are by the preliminary ruling of the moderator within scope.
So the second question I have is related to the MOA. So there's language in the MOA that is kind of the behavior of town meeting, what town meeting does, what the advisory committee does, or what the select board does. And, for example, I'm going to read it real quickly. The proposed zoning amendment as presented in the reports of the Select Board and Advisory Committee for the contemplated special town meeting, along with any amendments thereto prepared by the Select Board, Planning Board, or Advisory Committee, submitted with the combined reports for the relevant special town meeting, will be considered not to be material adverse to the financial feasibility of the project unless city has indicated such in writing within 7 days. So there's these restrictions about timing. How does this language, and also there's another sentence, any other amendments proposed, how do those intersect with the timing of a special town meeting, us making changes? This grants a tremendous amount of power to void everything to the city unilaterally, just based on the natural course of us doing our work, the advisory committee doing their work, the planning board doing their work, or town meeting. My read here is that city could just say, we're voiding it. And they could do that within 7 days of the publish. So
Okay.
one is, what's the intersection? And two, how much risk does this add to us that they're taking away the authority of us, the board, the planning board, and the select?
Okay. Okay.
And advisory.
This was a matter of intense negotiation, but mostly between councils, to make sure that this language was precise and tight, and that both sides had the reasonable assurances that the project would move forward in a way that they expected. The issue that the developer is trying to protect themselves against is being bound by an MOA that is associated with the zoning that makes their project not economically viable. If town meeting passes zoning that makes their project impossible to build, but they are still required to implement the MOA under those conditions, then they can't move forward. And so the balance that was struck was to use the combined reports as the sort of marker between changes that are presumed to be acceptable versus changes that are presumed to be not acceptable. So before the combined reports, while we are in this process of negotiation.
Does that include supplements?
No, it does not include supplements. Okay, I'm just trying to lay it out.
Yeah, that's what I'm just trying to say, is timing, because
Yes, yes.
all of this stuff often comes up at the last minute. Supplements are the way of
I
the meeting.
I understand. So before combined reports, all changes are presumed to be accepted, and with this 7-day caveat. But they can't just walk away from the MOA in the absence of a change. That's why at this point, as we are trying to figure out changes that would bring the P14 and P15 town meeting members on board, we have to negotiate those as part of the negotiation with City Realty. And
So you do understand my concern.
I understand your concern that it is limiting it is a limitation of the legislative process, right?
The entirety of the process, it's taking away the ability of this board to make an amendment. It's limiting the ability of advisory to make an amendment, land use,
Right.
which typically makes changes.
Right.
And it's limiting the planning.
The
Essentially taking away the power to legislate from town meeting.
the greatest risk in this is if we end up passing the zoning without the MOA in place, right? That everybody sort of on the town side understands that is not a desirable outcome, because then that gives City Realty the desire to do whatever they want to in the context of the zoning without an MOA in place that gets the town the benefits that it should expect from the development, including the 11 million, et cetera. So I'm not sure whether Jonathan or Joe or anybody else who was involved in the previous projects with Welltower or Waldo Durgan, which were essentially had the same result, can speak to the similarity between this and those processes, so we understand the level of precedent. But at the end of the day, if the advisory committee or town meeting or somebody wants to make an amendment, and we determine that the MOA is, or City Realty determines that the MOA that City Realty voluntarily negotiated with the town, they no longer want to participate in, that doesn't stop us from moving forward with the amendment. The thing that it prevents us from and passing the zoning or not passing the zoning, the thing that it could stop is the execution of the MOA, which is the voluntary agreement between the developer and the town.
Hey, John?
Well, I had the benefit of watching the video of the meeting that Michael and others participated in, the most recent meeting of the Chestnut Hill West Advisory Group. And I just want to say, Michael has his work cut out for him, because the remark that caught me, that made the most impression on me, was after there had been a fair amount of discussion among the various people at the meeting who came to the meeting, with the idea in mind of hammering out some sort of a path towards development that is contingent on height as a reward for greater commercial percentage of the property. And when all was said and done, and people had discussed issues like tree removal and other issues, Cliff Kensington from City Realty weighed in and basically said, if you do this, we walk. If you do this, we walk. If you do this, we walk. I don't know that there's that much common ground right now between what City Realty has very clearly said is their minimum requirement for this to be an economically feasible development, and the very understandable ambitions of people in the neighborhood group or on the study committee to somehow get a little bit more in return than they're getting in the form of upping the commercial percentage in return for height bonuses. And the message I heard delivered by City Realty is, the commercial, the increase in the commercial percentage of the property is totally outside the bounds of what would be feasible for them. And I'm not sure what there is to discuss, right?
So I will say that
We're
happened.
discussing it tonight. Right?
That happened on a Wednesday night. Substantive negotiations between the parties began on Thursday morning, not once those positions were outlined. And I believe we are continuing to make progress. The numbers have shifted, the positions have changed, but they aren't at agreement yet, so I can't bring something forward. All I can do is report that of the issues that were raised, we've addressed 3 of them, and we are still working and making progress on the others.
Well, I commend you, and when you're done, would you be willing to negotiate the Strait of Hormuz for everybody?
Well, okay.
One thing at a time.
Yeah, one thing at a time, yeah.
I have one more question.
Quick question.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a lot of-
But it's just that because I don't have my head around the timing yet.
Yeah.
So the language in the MOA talks about combined reports.
Mm-hmm.
If we're not going to do it tonight, right? Let's say next week, or we issue another special town meeting. I assume we would issue combined reports for that special town meeting. So is that when the clock starts? Because a town meeting has a combined report. A special town meeting has a combined report, doesn't it?
I believe the answer to your question is yes. It is the combined reports for the special town meeting in which the MOA and the zoning would be considered.
Okay, since we don't have a question before us.
Unless you have other questions or comments.
Pardon me?
Unless you have other questions or comments, I'm
Yeah,
happy
I'd
to
like
take them. But
not have any. So let's move on to our post-meeting public comment period. Anyone have any public comments? Okay, seeing none, I declare that this meeting is over.
Ah, good.
Recording stopped.